Okay, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 25th. And we are starting our work session today where I'm going to convene us as the Board of Social Services. And we are acting in that capacity because the county commissioners sit as the Board of Social Services as part of our state mandated authorities. And so I will invite Lindsay Maish and your team up. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Hello, everyone. Lindsay Maish, Pickens County Human Services Director. Good to see you all. Thank you for convening today. So as you all know, you're serving today as the board of, is my mic on? Yep, I think so. Yeah, sorry. As the Board of Social Services to review our 2024 fourth quarter expenditures and client payrolls. That's what we are statutorily required to do. We also bring you updates today and some annual statistics about 2024 in all of our programs, as well as just like a really quick legislative update because it's fast and furious out there right now with legislative sessions. So we'll do our best. Even some of the things that are in this document are already outdated. We are liaisoning right now with Levi and Kelly. You and I have been communicating in Francie quite a bit around just what's happening, what our Human Services Directors Association our positions are. So hopefully that's happening so we don't have to do a big, huge legislative update for you all today. Okay. So as you know, Colorado is a state supervised, county administered human services system. The CDHS, or the Colorado Department of Human Services, is responsible for all activities provided by local and district human services departments and all of those allocations and expenditures that come with it. The state relies each quarter on the Board of County Commissioners to serve as the Board of Social Services to oversee our activities and address our economic assistance department and welfare duties, responsibilities, and activities. So here in Pickens County, we mostly do everything we're mandated to do. We contract with some partners to do some of it because of the volume and size of our county. We have contracts with Garfield County Human Services to provide child support services and long-term care assessment services. Other mandated services are provided either through IGAs or just contracts. Those include LEAP eligibility determination, which is provided by Goodwill, and our child and adult protection hotline services are provided by Prowers County. So today, what we're going to be overseeing is the 2024 calendar year budget, and you'll be looking at the fourth quarter of 2024. All of our allocations for fourth quarter fall under the state fiscal year of July to June. So sometimes the numbers look a little bit wonky, but Stuart's here to help explain some of those things. So without further ado, I will hand it over to Stuart Fox.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm Stuart Fox. I'm the Senior Financial Analyst or Accountant for Human Services. As Lindsay alluded to, we were discussing the fiscal year end 2024. So I'm going to do things a little bit differently. I'd like to actually highlight our total programs. I don't know why, but I'm very proud of the fact that for this department, we ended the fiscal year 94% of our budgeted expenditures, and we received 92% of our total budgeted revenues. Looking back historically, this is a little bit better than we've done in the few years that I've been here and the years prior to that. And I really credit that to the staff. They really leaned into working with me on our budgeting. We've made it a much longer, more intense process. And then our cost management process as well is much more intense, where they meet with me monthly, and their staff has full access to me to answer any questions that they may have. And I think all of that hard work, intentionality, thoughtfulness it plays out in those numbers there. So that's my little bit for us there, and then we can get into some of the details about some of these other programs. I think for admin and economic assistance, they're more in line, 110% and 109% of revenues and expenditures spent and received. It's higher than we did in the previous year, and it's more in line with what we thought. Part of that, why it exceeds budget, if you guys recall, I did come before you in, I believe, November, and I asked for a budget supplemental, and part of that was the increase in SNAP. And so that's why that's over our budget, because we intentionally asked for more. Let's see, childcare.
TANF.
Oh, you want to go over TANF?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we can go over each one of them. Okay.
Yeah. we might as well.
All right, so for TANF, as you can see, we list explicitly the actual contracts that we have for TANF. And this is kind of what Lindsay alluded to early, where we have our state allocations run on a state fiscal year opposed to our calendar fiscal year. And so this is a difficult one to track. But I think with Norma's help and Lindsay's help, I think we are working this one through. But we have very specific contracts for that, and we're using those funds specifically. And so this paragraph outlines that exactly. Between the cottage and the Aspen Youth Center, what we're able to do with those TANF dollars. Anything else you'd like to add to that one?
No, you're doing great.
Perfect. All right, so the child care assistance program, this is one I have spoken about a lot before, and I know Lindsay has come before you guys this year as well. This is where we asked to have the, essentially the funding eligibility thresholds increased. And so the table there is to kind of show you what those new eligibility income limits look like. But I think this paragraph really highlights that has worked out very, very well. So if we compare our expenditures and our revenues, they are much higher than they were for the same time period in 2023. So kudos to Lindsay for all the hard work she put into that and making that happen. And so we're seeing the fruits of that effort right there.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I'm not sure I totally understand how to read this chart. What is SMI because we're looking at 300% of the federal poverty
Let's get it on the screen.
limit.
Right. Sorry, I'm racking my brain.
It's in the narrative section of, and I just don't know what 85% of SMI.
Medium income.
Something medium income, but I can't. Medium income.
It's like the medium, it's the medium.
Yeah.
Like state median income?
That's what I'm
Is it the
wondering.
state median income?
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Got it.
I'll look that up and
Okay.
get back to you. I think it's probably state median income, something along those lines.
Yeah.
Can you put the actual chart on the screen? It's a little confusing if anybody's trying to follow. Is that
If you want to
something
get
you
to
can?
the narrative.
Can you, I don't know if you can, if it's in your
to the
slideshow or if you can
narrative.
scroll down in the
Sure.
packet.
I
In
can
this
put
little
that
chart here,
Yeah.
Yeah,
tells you don't make very much money.
yeah.
That chart.
Page 3.
Thank you.
Keep going. A little bit further down,
going.
so you can see the.
Childcare.
Yep.
Yeah,
there
right
it
here.
is. There it is. Keep
Excellent.
going, so you can see the whole chart up there. There you go. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you for doing
Perfect.
that. All right, so touching on child welfare, again, improved expenditures and revenues. And speaking with Kelly, the manager for APS, she highlighted that there are several high severity cases that require a lot of legal work. And this also goes back to what I had mentioned before, where some of our financial policies and processes are a little bit better. And so we are actually now being billed for the legal services, whereas before that wasn't as regular. And so that explains this increase in our expenditures. So it's a good thing, right? We want to be paying for the services that people use.
And
Adult.
who's managing that for us? Who's doing those legal cases?
So historically, it's been our county attorney that we've worked with, but when the changes happened, we started to contract with an individual named
Allison Casillas.
Allison Casillas.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, and then with our APS, that is an interesting one where we essentially budgeted for additional salary that wasn't utilized or wasn't needed. And so that's something that we have noted for this next budget cycle that we'll make sure that we really highlight and are more accurate on that one, and working with Connie and making sure that that's where we need to be. And then that kind of brings us back to the total programs. And again, just want to highlight that we're much more in line than we have in previous years. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, any questions on our fourth quarter expenditures? Francie?
This is a general question about the budget, but do you know what % of the overall budget comes originally from federal funding?
We've
We're
been
working on that. Yeah.
So we have
You're
some-
working on that,
We're
I bet you
working
are.
on that. Yeah, we're looking at that. Yeah, and I'll talk a little bit about, in the memo, we talk a little bit about the federal funding freeze and
Yeah, I
some of
saw
the
that.
planning that we're doing right now. We're working on it. We haven't quite got the full picture. It's one of the reasons I'm watching the news every day to watch what's happening.
That's
with-
really fun to do.
I know. I'm going on vacation tomorrow, so hopefully that helps. Yeah, but we don't really know. Right now, it's so unclear as to what programs and I mean, we keep hearing that Medicaid is going to be cut. If that's cut, then that's a direct client benefit. We were originally told direct client benefits wouldn't be cut, so we don't really know. We're kind of doing best and worst case scenarios, like in the best federal funding cuts, what would it look like? Which right now looks like a lot of the outreach efforts that we do would be cut out.
Like PACT?
Well, yes, so that's through public health, but yeah, so anything that kind of doesn't have a direct client benefit tied to it, if that makes sense. Those are the types of programs that are probably going to come off. That's at least what we're anticipating and planning for. Some of the things that we're doing, we're already looking at private foundations to apply for grants to try to backfill some of that so we can continue to do good, because we've done some good outreach in this community. So we want to continue doing that. But if we see Medicaid and SNAP and other public benefits start to get cut, I don't know what the impact will be. We're looking at kind of the big picture of what that could be.
Said we have a range, best case and worst case scenario, and it's
Yeah.
a large range.
Yeah,
Kelly?
Okay, thank you.
yeah.
Patty?
Just a heads up, there's a policy discussion about this when I go to DC this week with the National Association of Counties. It's in conflict with another policy group, so I'm gonna try and run between the rooms, or at least get the presentation information.
Okay.
And I'll share anything with you that may change 24 hours after I get it, so who knows? But I'll try and follow up when I'm back there.
That's the other thing, is it's changing every day. It's something new, and we're not sure how to track or follow it. So
And it flips back and forth.
Right. So the Human Services Directors Association's stance is to kind of business as usual right now. We're doing the good work. And when we get a big announcement where there's actual impact, that's when we'll respond. And in the meantime, we're just doing some contingency planning.
I'll bring home anything that I might find out when I'm there.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Go ahead. Oh, we need to have a motion to approve?
Before we approve, we made this mistake last time. We're gonna go to the next slide, which has the total expenditures by quarter. And this is all of our direct client benefits, administrative costs, overhead costs, things like that, broken out in each of these by quarter. So this is just a further detail of the chart that you were just looking at. So just wanted to show you that before and see if you have any questions before we go to the motion to approve.
Jeffrey, this is your first Board of Social Services meeting. Welcome.
Oh, I think he shadowed the last one. Yeah,
Steve was in his seat. Can you just run through the expenditures, Q4 expenditures for adult protection? Why is that negative?
yeah, so is that,
It's accounting.
yep, we're overspent is essentially what that means. And we're often overspent in our in our allocations, mainly because of the salaries and what we pay people and just the cost to run. Also, I will, since you're relatively new, I've said this, but I'll say it again. Adult protection it's sometimes even considered an unfunded mandate. We get very little money to conduct this mandate. So it takes more around supervision. We do have on call. There's different ways that we make sure that the adults are safe in our community, and it costs a little bit more. Yeah,
We absorb whatever's negative is coming out of the county human services.
Yes, that's correct. And important also to say that, often our economic assistance is pretty steeply overspent as well. We're one of the highest spending counties in that allocation because of, again, it's salaries, how much we pay people, and what it takes to get the work done. And then we'll talk a little bit in the presentation today just about the kind of changing complexities of working these cases, where I think once upon a time it was pretty standard to enter data for this as a job, as like an entry-level job, and it's now a much more robust case management, following cases, interviewing, doing a lot of work that wasn't originally, but the allocation hasn't changed much since the changes have happened in the programs.
May I please have a motion to approve the 2024 fourth quarter expenditures?
So moved. Second.
All right, thank you, Francie. Thank you, Greg. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next part, we do our program payrolls. This is just specific to the different programs in economic assistance. I have Norma Avila here next to me. She's the manager of economic assistance. So she will help explain what's happening in each of these different programs.
Hello. If you see the aid to the needy disabled, it looks like the fourth quarter for 2024 was lower than the quarter 2023, and that was due to low enrollment income and also the resources. The amount, if a client is qualified, the amount that we will give out is $248 a month. Next one will be childcare. And childcare, either we had the 300% federal poverty level. We received 10 applications between the month of November through December, but there were 6 they were denied and 4 that were approved. So yes, that's what we have right now, and hopefully it will pick up a little bit more. Let's see.
The other thing that happened in the child care assistance program is we also changed the provider rates this year. Every couple of years, we're allowed to make changes to provider rates based on inflation and what's happening in our community. Picking County is, of course, we reimburse at the highest rate for that. So that's also going to impact the amount that we're paying providers for these services. Is also going to impact our allocation. We've done some projections over the next 1 to 2 years, because you may have heard that CCAP is is at risk right now, and there's some pretty scary stuff happening where there's wait lists and freezes happening in big counties. We expect over the next 2 years to fully expend our CCAP allocation, so we'll no longer be able to sell CCAP dollars after that happens. I just heard on our legislative call this morning that it sounds like a $25 million additional part through general fund, part through, I can't remember the other part, is going to be proposed for CCAP to cover the gap this year for the counties that are on freezes and wait lists, and looking for the ongoing commitment for additional funding for this allocation. So
From the state?
we'll see from the state. So
You'll
we'll
say
see.
25 million from our capital fund? I mean, our
No,
general
no,
fund?
no, no, no.
Like, whoa.
No.
That would be like free childcare for everyone.
Yeah, we can solve CCAP for the state. No, so it should be interesting, because once we do start to fully expend our child care assistance program again, I don't know what kinds of things are going to happen. the ground is moving. So we'll keep up on that and keep you all posted.
Lindsay, do we set the rate or do we pay providers what their day rate is?
So the state sets the highest rate by which we can reimburse, and then the provider gives us the rate. The rate that the provider gives us is almost always higher than what we can reimburse, but our CCAP providers work with us on those. So yeah, it's not by much, luckily. It's by it's a difference of between like $5 and $10, so it's still worth it.
Thank you.
$5 or $10 per what?
Per day. So the way that we pay through CCAP is per day. So is it half day and full day? Is that how we do CCAP? Yeah. So it's just the difference per day of maybe $5 or $10, depending on whether it's a half day or a full day. Those increases were pretty substantial, though. They went up by like $15 to $20 a day, I think. So that's substantial, and that's why the state is facing this crisis right now, I think.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one is the old age pension. The old age pension program insurance was higher in quarter 2023 than quarter 2024 due to the low enrollment and eligibility requirements. LEAP, it's the Low Income Energy Assistance Program. That program, it runs from November 1st all the way until April 30th. And right now we have the open enrollment going, and there are some LEAP events in Redstone at the Health Human Services at the Senior Services Center. So we're doing outreach for the LEAP program. TANF, Colorado Works. The insurance and enrollment for the basic cash assistance program for Colorado Works were significantly higher in the quarter for 2024 than quarter 2023 due to 8 new applications were submitted to the Economic Assistance Division. And then that is due because of the increase of training and staff capacity and enrollment. On quarter 4 2024, we help a lot of families doing diversion, trying to help clients to not be evicted from their primary home. And so that's what we help with those programs. SNAP, we do have an increase of SNAP for the season of October through December because of the off season, so we require a little bit more money for that. And also is the increase of outreach in the community and has to contribute the growth and participation in the hunger-free program. And that's what I have. Any questions?
Okay, may I please request a motion to approve the 2024 fourth quarter payroll expenditures?
So moved.
Thank you, Francie. Is there a second? Jeffrey, was that a second?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right. So we'll go right into
Federal funding.
some of our updates around federal funding to start. So it's no surprise to any person in this room that there was a federal funding freeze that occurred, which threw many of us into planning and contingency planning to understand how it would impact our community. For us, as we mentioned, we're doing kind of best and worst case scenario planning. We're working with internal services, with finance, and internal partners like public health as well to understand like how this would impact us if this were to happen, and start planning for that. So as you may or may not know, the things that have federal pass-through for us, the programs that are federally passed that we receive money for, are things like child welfare, adult protection, economic assistance. It's all the public benefits and mandated programs that we have. So if we see, I think it's no mystery that if we start to see cuts in this, kind of one of the ways that I explain this is like if you pull the string over here, it starts to unravel over here. So like you might tighten it up over here. So for example, if we started to see cuts in Medicaid and people having access to health care, then we might see more families be at risk for child welfare because now they're more stressed. Their families are more stressed making decisions about whether they pay for food or whether they pay for shelter or what they do when that benefit is taken. So what we'll probably end up seeing is if these types of things happen, we tend to get more busy when these kinds of changes happen. So we're starting to anticipate that as well, and trying to understand what capacity needs there would be given this type of change in the federal government. As I mentioned before, any of our outreach or supplemental programs, so outreach is that like what Norma was just talking about, the LEAP outreach and SNAP outreach and Medicaid and all of those things that we're going out into the community and really trying to engage people who may be eligible but not enrolled. That kind of stuff starts to go away. We've already seen cuts in our community services block grant, but then the actual supplemental programs like LEAP, TANF, some of those things that we're doing really with what I think are amazing things by contracting with other, like the cottage for summer care and things like that. Those really help our families to be able to still go to work every day and be self-sufficient. And if we were to see some of those cuts, then again, you know, you pull the string here and it starts to unravel over here. So, so things like that feel pretty scary for us. And then, of course, you know, it's to not mention that our normal healthcare services, like our FQHC, our federally qualified healthcare centers, what we would call essential partners to us to carry out the important work that we do. If they start to see the same sort of federal, you know, we've, as a community with the Healthy Community Fund, deeply relied on our partners to help us to do this work together, basically. And if they start to see some of those cuts as well, the impacts, the ripples through our community will be felt by our families, by our individuals and our families. And then lastly, you know, they had said over and over again that the nutrition and senior services programs wouldn't be cut. That's what they said. Just like they said Medicaid wouldn't be cut as well. But that's another one that's pretty vulnerable right now. And we do receive quite a bit of funding for our nutrition program. It's one of the reasons we have such an excellent and robust one. And I do think that program helps us keep people self-sufficient in this. It keeps our older adults self-sufficient in many ways by giving them that free meal. 4 days a week. So if we see those kinds of cuts, those are just to kind of give you like anticipated costs of what that could look like. I think our grant for the nutrition is $100,000 and $90,000. Yep. So as we start adding all of that up and get a better picture of that, probably at our next Board of Social Services meeting, we'll have a better understanding. Hopefully, I say that today, but we'll know kind of a little bit more about what's going on in next budget year and what we can anticipate our Human Services Fund having to take on, and then if there's any other requests through the general fund that might be needed. Any questions about that?
Question?
Yes, Greg.
Yeah, thank you. You know, as we know, it's not just uncertain times; it's actually tough times with what's happening. And I'd love to get a sense of what you're actually thinking about how you're going to respond budget-wise, because we know if you come to the general fund for the money, I think we're going to be seeing
That's going to be everywhere.
everybody's doing that.
Yeah.
So that's not the fallback. That would just be my own fear. And so I'd love to. I don't know if there's any way we can be more proactive, but it seems like handwriting's on the wall right now. Maybe for the next couple of years at least.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what philanthropic organizations start to do. We're already starting to see that rise in some ways.
As in more giving or more requests?
More giving.
Yeah.
So we just received a grant notice for outreach. So I think that targeted kind of where philanthropic organizations are seeing that gap are already starting to hear about it. They're starting to reach out and try to plug some of those. So we will be very active in applying for and trying to offset that as best we can so that we don't have to. But
Yeah, I'm
with
not
that
sure.
said, if we see cuts in Medicaid and SNAP, like food assistance, I don't know. We've relied on these allocation methodologies for years to be able
Right.
to help our community. So
I just want to say, I think the philanthropic organizations will probably do their best, but there'll be a lot of competition for them. And so they're going to probably be looking for leaner, meaner
yep.
things also.
Well, and for us, I think one of the things that we're also looking at once we settle into what those changes might look like in our next budget year, I think that will help us understand and determine a strategy for the Healthy Community Fund and how that could also support any, efforts, whether they are internal or external. Like I said, I think our partners are going to need the support, and we're going to need the support as well if we see those cuts. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Did anyone experience any disruption in services in the last month?
Any of our partners or us internally?
Either. Like, did we have clients that could not get paid or could not enroll?
So we didn't. We did have some, like the system there was something that happened with the system the day of the federal freeze. That is actually not weird for us. Yeah, so our system goes down pretty regularly, a couple of times a week, I would say. So it didn't impact people receiving their benefits. But I do know that the state had there was some urgency to draw down some of the federal funding right away, which we're also doing through some of the grants that have things tied to them that might not be as popular.
Why does your system go down 4 times a week?
My goodness, Francie.
An issue on our side or
Nope.
outside?
And they're investing, I think, in legislation this year. They're investing $10 million into CBMS to try to make it better. So
It's your connection with the state and
it's
stuff
the
that
state.
makes it
It's on the
crash.
state's end, and it's because it's integrating so many different. It's just too big. So it's an ongoing advocacy area, I would say. Yeah.
This is an issue, believe in several states with these types of systems. They're complex.
They're so well. The complexity of the programs have changed so much over the last 10 years. So what happens is when you keep adding buttons and adding rules and adding these workflows, into the way that you find one person of how they're eligible, that puts stress on the system. And when you're doing it for the entire state of Colorado and all of those that would qualify for benefits, the Human Services Directors Association would like the state to look at getting rid of it altogether and starting new. But I think that's also a really scary, hard thing to do. So.
Shows up a lot as like, hey state, clean up your house before you come clean up our house. Well,
Okay.
thank you for that.
All right, so really quickly, just there some updates on Schultz Health and Human Services building. Just wanted to keep you guys updated on the things that are going on there. Response has now effectively left the building. We're sad that they're not there anymore. We're trying to figure out how we still have an office space for them to meet with people in Aspen, but their new facility is beautiful. Did anybody have an opportunity to go
We
to
were
the
at a
grand
board
opening?
retreat.
Okay, great. So amazing. So we're really proud of that organization, and they're just doing really, really good work. So though we're sad that they've left, it's opened up some opportunity in the building for us to move some things around. So those details are in the memo. I think one of the most notable is that Lift Up is no longer interested in offering services through the Health and Human Services building. So that there will be an informal RFP issued March 1st to bring a new food pantry into that space. So again, at our next Board of Social Services meeting, we'll update you all on the outcomes of that and who ends up moving into that space. And then the last thing is, as you know, we have behavioral health and homeless services strategic planning happening right now. So before we make any big changes around where things like detoxes and behavioral health services are moving around in our building, we're just gonna kind of hold steady until we get some recommendations from our consultants about what the needs are and what makes the most sense for us moving forward. And then lastly, I don't know much about this. I'm just aware of it. There's an electrification project happening.
We're aware of it.
You probably know more than I do about it, but that's just wanted to let you know that's another thing that's happening at the HHS building. There's a lot of infrastructure stuff happening there right now. We've had some pretty big floods and the ceilings falling types of situations. So so some of that is being addressed now, but also being addressed through some of the infrastructures, like we need new boilers and we need, some of that stuff. So that will be happening this summer, and I believe GR is coming for an update on that in a week or in a couple of weeks. Yeah. All right, do you want to talk
Can
about?
I add one
Oh,
more thing to your list, Lindsay? So tomorrow, the SP Plus, I keep calling it SP1, parking management contract will also include management of the parking lot for the Schultz building. Yeah.
Is Lift Up trying to shrink what the services that they offer, or is the space not suitable for what they
Based
to
on
accomplish?
so what we requested was for a food pantry to be in there during normal business hours. Based on their business model, it's really hard for them to staff that. To have a 5 days a week, 8 hours of volunteer work a day staffing model. They tried really hard to do that. I think with the changing tides in their leadership right now, they're looking at everything as well and trying to understand where their efforts need to be and what makes the most sense in terms of how they can best support the community's food security needs.
Greg?
Question. I know Lift Up has said that past that they simply didn't need to be there all that time. That in 2 days a week they can feed the community. Is what I was told, that they thought they simply didn't need to be on site, but you want somebody there full time, and they so that seemed to be the problem. If they can actually feed a large percentage of the people in a shorter period of time, I could certainly understand the desire to keep supporting them. Maybe they don't need all that space. I get
Right.
that. But do we have another use for it, or do we need it?
Well, they're looking at, so I think Lift Up is looking at other things like mobile pantries, and if
Yeah,
there
they
was a
are.
way that they could pop something up in downtown Aspen once a week or something like that. I think they're looking at all of those types of things. I will tell you that the days that they were open, for the hours that they were open, our parking lot was full, over full, double parked.
Because it all came at once.
People were lined out the door. The impact that it had on the building and our parking structure, like the infrastructure there, it was not going to work to just have them. So that may be true. I actually am questioning if that's true, if we feed everybody in 6 hours a week, because that was the number of hours that they were open. I think we need more than that, and I think it needs to be a little bit more open to the public. So.
Okay, great.
And
Thanks
then
for
that takes some of the
explaining
pressure off of also the parking and the building in general.
Right. Sounds like it's going to be more expensive too to distribute that much food.
I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, stay tuned.
Okay.
Yeah, the impact in Carbondale when they're distributing food there is incredible.
Yeah.
The number of cars that are just backed up.
And is that a pantry or is it a mobile?
It's at the 3rd Street Center, so I don't know if it's there just one day a week. I'm not quite sure how it works, but
Yeah.
I know when I've been there, when it is open, it's packed.
the need is there. We know that. And with some of the landscape right now, it's probably just going to get worse.
Other questions? All right, keep going.
All right. You want to talk about Cover All Coloradoans?
Yes. Cover All Coloradians is a program, a new program that it was effective beginning of this year. And it will help children's and pregnant people with their health coverage, no matter their immigration status. So this will help the clients to have expand their healthcare, dentists, prescription, and we actually doing the advertising in Spanish and English, as you can see this. And we're doing it as in the radio as well, in Spanish and English, for our clients for Pickens County can come over and apply for it as well. And this is if they qualify for the CHP Plus program, that is a Child Health Plan Plus, that will it will be a aid insurance for them to coverage. So this is a new program that we have. And it's for the community.
We've had pretty low enrollment, as you might anticipate on this, and we're not sure what's going to happen to this as well. So,
How does this interact with Mountain Family Health Centers? Like, is it better to send them that way? Do they have a better
they would
reputation?
still, it's the same public benefit, so they'd still have to apply to be eligible, right, for the benefit. It's the benefit that they use if they go to Mountain Family Health Centers to get their health care paid for, or dentist or whatever.
I'm just wondering if we would have better success if enrollment was
There.
there.
And they do have
Yeah.
outreach, people who are helping them do applications and stuff like that, but it's the county that processes the eligibility at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you.
So is the enrollment low out of fear?
Maybe.
Could be.
Because, yeah.
That's what I would assume with what's happening right now in our,
Records might be
in our political
made
landscape,
available
I
to
think
others
it's,
that
I think
might
it's a
make them
pretty
feel
scary
uncomfortable.
thing right now. I mean, we've heard, we have pretty close contact with a lot of our partners, and some of the rumbling that we hear is that there's kids who are afraid to go to school, let alone sign up for Cover All Coloradoans, where they're tracked by the government, right? People are afraid to go to the grocery store.
Yeah.
So I think it's there's a real reason to be afraid right now.
Because I heard that on the radio, and I thought that's going to raise some eyebrows outside of our communities, outside of our state. And we need to make sure that people know that we'll do what we can to keep records and information confidential.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wonder, how's the state paying for that?
How's the state paying for
Yeah.
it? I would just assume through the Medicaid.
Okay.
I would assume that, but I can't. I don't know exactly, but that.
Okay, thank you.
Do you know? No? Okay.
We can suss that out.
Yeah.
No big deal. Thank you.
I'm Chad Fouts, Manager of Senior Services. Just want to give you a brief update on the Age-Friendly Initiative update. So back in, before 2020, but we'll just start there. Back in 2020, Pickens County was officially recognized as an age-friendly community by AARP and the World Health Organization, which is a distinction that more or less means we recognize and are dedicated to addressing aging and supporting aging, or all of us aging in this exact moment in our community, which all of you, the Board of County Commissioners at the time, endorsed. And that plan has a lifespan of 5 years, whereas it is required for status renewal both by AARP and the World Health Organization to do a larger update, which generally consists of gathering data through surveys, maybe some in-person town halls, things of that nature, and bringing together stakeholders to look at some of the issues across the lifespan, particularly around older adults, but not limited to older adults, and what are some go areas the community, etc., feel should be addressed, and perhaps by whom, and put that information together and then bring it back to the Board of County Commissioners for thoughts and endorsement, if you will, to maintain our status in that regard. So this, over the course of hopefully this summer, but probably most of the summer, maybe into the early fall, I'll be working with my team and many other stakeholders around gathering some data through surveys, probably utilizing AARP's network and using their survey data sources, along with putting together some town halls, probably up and down the valley, but from Basalt and Snowmass and Aspen, and then stakeholders in the aging space in our valley and across our state that have expertise in age-friendly work and age-friendly initiatives. And then we'll be compiling all that information and data and writing probably updated or newer goals to bring to the board at some point, hopefully before the end of the calendar year is my goal. I'm being somewhat ambitious, but that's my goal. So I just wanted to remind all of you that that's kind of where the status of that initiative is. And if you have questions or thoughts, and we'll make sure that all of you are invited for any and all things you would like to participate in.
It was quite the packet on aging. You guys have a lot going on.
Yeah.
It was impressive.
Thank you. That's all I have. This question.
Oh, I don't know. Are we having issues with grassroots at all?
I know, we've had both of those screens off.
Broadcast?
Well, also, we're not seeing it on our screen, so nobody in the public can even.
It's just the TVs aren't working? Okay.
We need to
I
make
don't-
sure for
do you-
tomorrow's meeting that's working.
Is the question for Lindsay whether they have slides relevant to this?
I thought you'd be
Is that-
showing what we've got on our packet, that's all.
Right, so it's a big packet.
People are watching out in the hinterland, right?
Yeah, we pulled out, so what we did pull out were the kind of the big ones. Was there something in the packet that you had questions about?
No, I'm just looking through it with interest.
Yeah.
I have a
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Patty.
There goes the TVs.
The meals, funding. We haven't heard anything definite yet. Maybe that will come up when I'm in DC again, but any thoughts?
How much time we have? I have a lot of thoughts. No, there's
And this is
no,
public, so we have to be careful.
There's no inclination or sense of direction of what could happen with the federal funding. I don't, off the top of my head, I don't recall the percentage of our funding from the Older Americans Act for nutrition, because some of it's a mix between federal and state funding. I will have an answer by the end of the day, though, because it's bothering me.
The state funding comes through the feds too, doesn't it? So
Some of it, yep.
it's just
Yeah,
where
it's-
the whammy hits.
it's a-
Hits the
it's a
state and then
funnel.
hits us rather direct.
The state funding, the state portion of senior services for nutrition is larger than the federal portion. But it will still have a pretty large impact if there are federal changes, especially since state funding has been flat for going on now 5+ years for senior services. Given that needs and costs continue to rise and funding has been pretty flat and stagnant, let alone at the federal level, the Older Americans Act is still not signed into law yet. It's going to expire in June if it's not signed by Congress, etc. So we don't have any inclinations that it won't get signed, but after the calendar year, the whole process is going to will be starting completely all over again because the previous Congress did not sign it. As of the end of December, so we will see what that happens. But there's no inclination to anything, like Lindsay has said previously, that has been brought up, but maybe anything is probably possibly on the table. It's no word explicitly yet.
Maybe we just need to remind those who are making these decisions that they're seniors.
And we all hopefully will be one day. We want to be one day.
Yeah, those folks are in that age bracket, so or beyond, so I'll keep my ears open.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Chad?
Thanks.
Okay, nice to see
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, now we're going to move into our annual program statistics. We have till 2:30, so we have 40 minutes. Keeping an eye on time, so let's spend about 30 minutes doing our statistics, and I'll get out of the way for you, and I think Catherine's going to come up. No, come on up. Catherine, come on.
Hi.
Thank
How
you all.
are you?
My name's Kelly, and I manage Adult and Family Services. And this is Catherine Sand, who runs Adult and, excuse me. Go ahead.
I'm just
Go
a
ahead and
little
introduce
sister
yourself.
really at this point. Yeah, I'm from Aspen Family Connection.
I'm sorry, what?
Aspen Family Connection.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So the first slide we have pulled up here shows our child welfare referral and assessment by year chart. And if you're taking a close look at that, you can see that we received less referrals in 2024 than we did in 2023, but we accepted a higher percentage of them. And that, I think, is due to the fact that the community is getting really comfortable giving referrals where they should go, which in a large part is sending referrals that don't meet state criteria to Aspen Family Connections. And then, so that's at least the reasoning that I've come up with for the lower number of referrals this year, and I'm confident that that is correct, because Aspen Family Connections has also been seeing more children and families. We have a higher acceptance rate, which goes along with things that I'm hearing at the state, and that's because the cases that we are getting are more complex now, and the family's needs are greater. So that higher percentage rate of accepted assessments also corresponds to spending more time and money on each of those assessments or cases. I have a bit of information in here about the kinds of numbers that Aspen Family Connections is seeing. I think the big takeaway really is that they're seeing more children and families with economic distress or addiction concerns, and are on track to see, I think, 211 separate children this year. The next chart you can see is the 2024 child welfare allegation by type. And by far the largest here is neglect, which across the country higher neglect corresponds with higher levels of poverty. And so that's concerning given everything we've been talking about, that families may not have the benefits or the child care that they have come to rely on, and that's the strings Lindsay was pulling on. It might pull on our strings a bit more in coming years. And if you want to change to the next slide, thank you. So these are the program statistics for Adult and Family Services. This year, we saw a 12% increase in the number of referrals. And this, I think, from just sitting in all of the red teams with the group and watching what's going on, it's coming from some confusion in some laws that were passed, I think in 2023, that say that for an allegation of exploitation, so when older adults are being exploited through fraud or family members, et cetera, and banks get wind of this, they're required to make a report. Law enforcement is also required to make a report, but I think that we're getting double reports on some of those. So the bank will make it to law enforcement makes it to us, and then the bank also may make it to us. So we see multiple reports on the same situation. We've also, this last year, decreased the number of referrals that we're accepting for adult protection. And that's gone down significantly by 33%. And I think a large part of that is like the increased number of referrals, right? We're not accepting a lot of those duplicates, et cetera. And because our alternative response, so that's where we're able to look at each referral that comes in either as a high risk assessment or as an alternative response assessment. And that changed, like the way that we're able to look at those differently changed, I believe, 2 years ago. And so now, because we've been in that pilot program, we're looking really closely at the criteria for what really meets acceptance and what doesn't, and so our acceptance level has gone down. At the same time, we have seen a boost in our care navigation program, which unfortunately did have a bit of funding cut, but has been pretty integral in helping our seniors and older adults stay where they want to be and getting the resources that they need. When you look at the next graph there, the pie chart, it's adult protection allegations by type. Here, the largest one is self-neglect. So those are the referrals that when we get them, if they meet criteria, we can look at them through this alternative response, which means we can call. It's a much easier way to interact with the adult. Call and set up an appointment. We don't have to go knock on their door or surprise them this way. And then the other largest category right behind it, at 25% of our referrals, is for exploitation. And I think that's potentially due to those reporting requirements I described a minute ago. And it does seem like there's more exploitation actually happening. So more scams coming across the internet, the phones, etc. That's really my program statistics. Did you all have any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the Human Services Annual Program Statistics. And if you can see the chart below, there will be some data compressing from 2018 to all the way to 2024. And this is including all the programs as SNAP, food assistance, medical, adult financial, Colorado Works, all aid pension, cash assistant, LEAP as well. If you can see the graph, this year on 2024 was 1,091,221, and that was because it was higher on 2024 for the reason by that there's additional increase of training and staff capacity that we have been contributing with my division, the Economic Assistance Division. So we're helping more families at this point. Any questions?
There you go.
Can I cut it?
Yep.
Sorry.
Sorry, everyone. Give us a second. This is that one. Application. There you go. I know I can't find it. Oh,
It's there, yeah. This one. Okay. On this one, it will show all the assistance, the economic assistance applications that we had. And it was actually for last year, we did receive 467 applications for the SNAP benefits, that is for food assistance. We received 394 applications for Medicaid. And for the TANF, Colorado Works, we received 43 applications for the whole year. Adult Financial, we received 44 applications. So for the whole year, we did receive 948 applications for all these programs. And that's what we have. And again, it was because of the increase of training of my staff that we have been having.
Yes, Patty.
Question on the graph before this one. that has the
Mike.
Community Assistance Fund. Above that, it says $18,000 from a private donor for APSHA residents for all types of assistance. How do you qualify as an APSHA? I mean, that's an interesting one for me.
Sorry. Okay, so what you're talking about was what happened in 2020. That was what we tried to do in the community, what we wanted to talk about a little bit in the Community Assistance Fund, which we don't have a graph in our presentation for that. But what we were trying to show is that if you saw in 2020, the amount was really low But if you recall in 2020, do you remember how much we issued?
Yeah,
Over
but-
$2 million to our community for rental assistance, kind of all of those things. So what that is it's showing sort of where all of that money came from to create that. Where it ended for us, when we looked at this data, March is when we stopped giving it through this fund, and it came through a supplemental. And then we worked the program the same as we always have for this program, but it wasn't included in our data here. And we really put that there just to illustrate that, we can pivot pretty quickly if the community needs, because we might see that in the
So
future.
the one that was just going for APSHA was somebody, private donor gave 18,000 for APSHA residents that may need rent assistance.
Yep, exactly. And it went into the big pot of the, over $2 million that
But there was 18,000 reserved for qualified APSHA.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Got it.
Thank you. All right. Did I give you that one? Man, these are too many pages, my friends. We need to. Okay.
Need a stapler.
Yeah, thank you. Next time. Okay, so for the Healthy Community Fund, we already do this through our budget. We give you the overview and all the numbers for this. But the reason that we wanted to show this today is because we've been working really closely with Public Health and John on how we're defining some of these things, given this is one of the areas we're doing some planning around, let me say, for any anticipated changes in the federal landscape. So we've been working with Public Health and John pretty closely to look at kind of, well, we went all the way back to the beginning of the fund and trying to understand why was the fund created. And, I think what happened was Nan Sundin used to come to this Board of County Commissioners requesting support for some of our nonprofit partners who are carrying out those essential duties, like what Catherine Sand was just sharing, right? The family resource centers, some of our like Mountain Valley Developmental, some of the ones that are really helping us do the work, because we can't do it all at Human Services. So when the fund began in 2002, there were 38 applications and grantees. Today we now have 74. So we have a lot in there. It's grown, and that's great. I think as it's grown, we've sort of not lost sight, but we've learned a lot about how it's grown and the needs that are happening in the community right now. So some of the work that we're doing is getting back to those sort of essential functions. You'll see us start to use that language more and more, and we're going to be coming back to you either in late March or April with some recommendations around this. But we've historically called this mandated services. That did not really resonate. These are not mandates. Behavioral health is not a mandate in Pitt King County, but it is an essential service that's needed. So we're kind of changing some of the nuance to I know it seems nuanced, but the language is important. And looking at the organizations that truly are those that provide truly are the organizations that provide the social safety net for us to do public health and human services. And sort of starting to redefine some of those percentages and what makes the most sense. And then, of course, Greg, to your question earlier, what kind of funding gap are we looking at? And is there any appetite to consider in our next ballot request for an increase or something like that? So we really wanted to get the technical part figured out before we go back to ballot to truly understand how we use this fund in a way that continues to support all the things. We still want to support all of the things that we've been doing, but just have it defined in some different language and potentially give us a little bit more control. Right now it's what's the type of grant that we do? Gosh, I'm sorry, words. General operating. So we provide general operating. It's not program specific. For some of our essential services, we'd like to see more programmatic direction. So that's one of the things that we're also looking at is how can we have oversight of some of those, and if it is increased amounts for those organizations, make sure that we're working together in a way that truly serves our community. Anything you want to add to that, John?
No, I think you did a great job. there's going to be a lot more to come on this as we go through this, but I think this is a preview of how we're trying to think about it so that we can put the board in a position to be strategic as we move forward too.
Any questions on the healthy community?
No,
fund?
I appreciate this because we have a lot of planning before the ballot.
We're busy. All right, let's move on. All right, Shad is still here, right?
Usually he bolts out of here.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Anytime I can talk about aging and older adults, I'm all for it. So, I have a question for your earlier. I answered for your earlier question already. 100% of our nutrition funding is federal funding.
That's great. It comes through.
I thought
federal
it was
to
a
the state.
percentage of state funding, but it's not. So, there we go.
Does it pass through the state? and
passed
then
through the
it
state.
passes
Passes through the state. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
our
like all of
portion,
our-
Pickens' portion, is 100% federal funding. There isn't a percentage of state funding at all. So I just wanted to share, along with the rest of HS, some annual stats. So with this chart, this highlights our total meals served. And so for the third time in our long history of our department, we've served over 10,000 meals. You'll see in 2020 and 2021 were the first 2 times that ever happened. And we're the oldest part of human services as senior services. Ironic, I know, but we're pretty proud of it. During this past year, we transitioned between multiple chefs, and our current chef and our previous chef, their goal was to hit or exceed 10,000 meals, and we did it even with a transition. So we're very pleased and happy with that, hitting that benchmark yet again. And the first 2 times were COVID years. So we're really pleased to see those numbers continue to grow as the community learns more and more about us and what our meals are, that we're not a typical senior center. Most senior centers aren't. But we're really excited about that, and we hope and plan on that trend continuing as we work on our outreach efforts. And just word of mouth is really why most people, if we look at our numbers of newer clients, which I didn't bring that data exactly, but if we look at that, many people were referred to us by a friend, a neighbor, someone they meet out in the community somewhere, or they just hear a word about our meals somewhere. And so we are really excited about seeing those numbers and continue to look at how we can reach more people and maintain a high quality of standards for what our lunches are, our whole meal program is. I didn't put these charts in the slides, but if you break down our congregate meal numbers, which are meals at the senior center, versus our home delivered meals, which is in the packet, those numbers continue to go up as well, at least compared to previous, the last number of years, depending. So we do know that more people are coming to the senior center. Home delivered meal numbers fluctuate a lot based off of referral and eligibility. Someone has to be considered, quote, homebound, which doesn't have a super concrete definition, unfortunately. But we do work with referring agencies like Aspen Valley Hospital when people are recovering from surgery or something like that to get meals out to them via volunteer drivers. And so we're really proud of that program particularly, but nutrition overall. And we do anticipate putting possible funding challenges just aside for fun, that direction of nutrition and our overall services will continue to grow and expand as the aging population is still growing slightly, but really won't slow down for another 10 to 15 years population-wise in Pickens County. And all the same direction, I would say, is similar to all of our programmatic non-nutrition programs and activities. We see those numbers increasing with particular emphasis, I would say, around fitness and exercise, and then kind of broad spectrum education. I want to learn something, if it's about aging or if it's about art history. So those types of programs and events, we also see increased participation in. And that's what I have.
I'm going to put a plug in for the chef. So I think I've said this at maybe 2 or 3 meetings now, but Cam, the chef, he was the chef at Izakaya before. And they're currently, because the senior center's sky is falling, is now serving lunch at the Health and Human Services building every day. So they're cooking the food, packaging it, bringing it up to HHS every day, and serving the meals. And so I've gotten to be there for a lot of the meals. One of the meals was black cod that he made at Izakaya, and it was phenomenal. I understand. The other one was the ramen, the pork belly ramen, and that was also served. Also phenomenal. The feedback that we're getting from the participants is just, it's over the top. We've been really lucky that our last 2 chefs have been pretty magnificent.
That's pretty awesome.
Isn't that cool? Yeah. Mm-hmm. He was like, Lindsay, did you get the pork belly ramen that I brought in? And I was like, oh, if only I ate pork, then I would do it.
I just have the ramen part of it.
Yeah, right. Okay, all right, we're gonna keep moving.
And thank you for enduring despite the challenges.
Does Steve still show up for meals?
Oh, yes.
And then he swings by the office and drops stuff off for Jeffrey.
Okay, so since we have just a little bit of time left.
Jeffrey has a question.
Yep, oh yeah.
Can we
go ahead.
dive deeper on 2 things since you have everyone here?
Sure.
So 2 of the subjects I'd love to hear is, as you're going out for RFP on Lift Up, how does Lift Up and senior services meals and delivery and like all these things sound like they overlap, but they're all presented as sort of silos. So thank you, Chad, for rejoining. But it seems like Lift Up's overwhelming the parking, but we're going to go rebid for the services we want. Yet we're also delivering via borrowed vehicles meals. So it's like, how do we? They're both needs. How do we maybe not use the HHS building for both full time? So I'm not trying to give you the answer, but I'm like, what does that Lift Up RFP look like? The replacement, and how does that dovetail with the meal services? So that was one.
Okay, so I'll
I have
speak
a
a little
I have
bit.
a second,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So I know that this is in human services. It's really interesting. One of the things that we're consistently working on is breaking down the silos between all of these programs, because you can even see between child welfare, economic assistance, senior services, how all of these things work together, yet they work in silos. So Lift Up, we're talking about 2 really different services. One is meals,
Right.
and one is food for your refrigerator, right? Or food for your shelves, so that you can make meals, right? Or so that you have food to feed your family. So though they're very different things, Lift Up does not make meals in Pitkin County to serve in that capacity. So that's one of the things that we do through senior services. But they're both working on food security, right? And so the big goal is that we're all working on food security. So Lift Up has done some things like they've offered what are they called? The 24-hour food bags or whatever, the emergency food bags like that any of our departments can hand out. Senior Services has some of those that they can hand out because it is a separate program, but that's one of the ways that we partner with them. So although it is siloed and we're all kind of working towards the same thing, they're 2 really different things. Yeah. Do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we do partner and refer people. Like I've literally walked people to Lift Up, and some of my staff or others, just like any other resource in the Human Services building. Some of it has to do with funding. As far as like senior nutrition goes and the volunteer driver that you were talking about, I have to follow very strict rules from the state and the feds of how senior nutrition happens. And so, I think right now, because we're temporarily at HS, it causes a little bit of a challenge. Once we're back in the senior center, we'll have the same problems, but they won't be at the Human Services building. As far as like congestion and parking and all that, and that's a whole separate thing. But we do try to work with Lift Up and other entities around food access or other other programs and services, but some of it comes down to rule and funding streams.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good question.
Yes, sir.
So follow-up one you sort of went into is you used the word complexity in your presentation, and specifically around architectural complexity. Can you unpack that a little bit more? Like, where are you? I think you had a Q4 budget for reshuffling chairs.
Yeah.
How's that going?
So our assets department manages that, actually, the shuffling and the moving, and I understand that the way that they're looking at it is in the least fiscal impact that there could be. So it literally is, we're taking our monitors, we're moving upstairs, we're just kind of moving people around in that capacity. And I don't think with the lift up space that I don't understand there to be any updates that need to be done in that. It's now built to be what it is, which is a food pantry. So I don't anticipate any fiscal barriers or issues there.
And updates in basalt, given, sorry.
You're asking all the good questions. Asking really good
when
questions.
someone uses the word complexity, I'm like, oh, something's really wrong.
Well, most of it is this.
The government.
But it's the government.
Maybe
No.
it's the segue.
In terms of the River Park Center and how that's being utilized, I understand that there's a committee right now that's been stood up in Pickens County to look. It's called not the twig or the twerp, the newt.
Newt.
The newt. The
Okay.
new, what does that stand for?
It's
New employee workplace task group or
Task
something.
force.
Task
We
force.
created a
Yeah,
task
yeah.
force.
Yeah, so it's really to look at because, that space, and as I understand it, in River Park Center stood up for COVID. Our staffing went way up, and then it went way back down, and now we don't know what to kind of do with some of that space. So right now, we're sharing that space. Is that a place where, like, a lift up or something? We would love to see something like that. We're waiting on
No
recommendations.
parking, that's a horrible
there's-
parking lot,
Just
don't, I
wait,
mean.
Mhm.
There's parking all the way to 129 Emma, because we've seen it act as lift up before. And the parking literally, so there's riverfront parking all the way from the basalt all the way down to 129.
But it's also a new building going in down there.
Further down.
Yeah.
But the city owns that parking.
Once we learn more.
There's a lot of challenges with all of our locations, and that's why we're trying to be thoughtful about both how services are offered and by whom makes a difference in how the space operates. So that's one of the reasons for the RFP. And then looking at our different locations and how they might operate for these different functions is another piece. So a lot more to come. It's complex, Jeffrey.
Architecturally complex.
Okay, I called it the twerp, and it's not that. It's the newt. Sorry. Yeah. Any other questions that you have? Most of the information about state budget stuff can be found in the packet. I'm not going to go into big detail around that. Most notable, I would say, we're seeing a reduction in our prevention programs and our core programs for child welfare. We have historically not spent all of our core, so for us right now, it's not a huge issue. Of course, I just looked at that allocation and we're overspending it now, so we'll see the impacts to that and how that ends up playing out. And then the other, let me see, what's the other big one I think is CCAP, which we already talked about, and that already just changed today. And then we'll go right over to the legislation updates. How am I doing? 10 minutes, cool. So really the big one that we want to talk about, before I go to legislation, are there any budget questions that you all have? It's looking a little grim out there right now, so we're tracking and following it pretty closely. Okay, then we'll move on to legislation. So the big one, actually this one's already now passed through committee, so as of today, We continue, the Human Services Directors continue to be in an amend position. We'd like to see more amendments to this one. Really what this kind of the big picture of this is that when children are going or transitioning to different foster cares, Kelly, you might have to help me out here a little bit. They've introduced legislation where it's now required for us to have a transition plan. Now, in real practice, the way that this happens, if someone needs to go into foster care, it happens fast. So setting up a transition plan and kind of all of those things and writing that into legislation was something that there were a lot of concerns with human services directors. I think philosophically, we're in agreement that there should be good plans, and that's something that we already do. But to write it into law in this way, it's interesting because it should frankly be in rule. It shouldn't be in law. It should be in our statute versus in a legislative. It's very prescriptive based on like the way the program should run versus the best practice. What we were really advocating for, human services directors, is this best practice? And where is the research that suggests that this is the best practice? So that one is still sitting there. There's 4 pages of amendments attached to this one. So we're anticipating more because they didn't remove some of the big sections that we would have liked to have seen removed. Any questions about that one? And how'd I do, Kelly? Is that okay?
Pretty good.
What did I miss?
I thought we were talking about this,
Here, tell
Kelly.
me, what did I miss?
Look over her shoulder.
She's like, she's okay.
You have it down perfectly that we already do transition plans for children when we're able to. Sometimes placements have to happen on an emergency basis, and those sometimes have less than a 24-hour turnaround. Sometimes if children are transitioning perhaps between foster homes or between kinship homes, so say something has gone wrong, upsetting their placement in one home, those have to happen a little bit more quickly than we like. But when things are going well, we set out a timeline. We do these things already. And I think I said the word complexity too. In our case, complexity has gone up. And a lot of that complexity is due to new legislation that changes the way that we have to do things and kind of the administrative burden of managing all of these programs or working with the family through these things.
So I have a question for Kelly.
For me? Why not?
Is 4 pages of amendments kind of unusual, or is that the norm to have that many amendments to any bill?
Usually depends on how big the bill was when it started.
Yeah.
So,
Because to me, if you're going to have that many amendments, maybe you should just start over.
yeah.
That's what we would have preferred. We would have liked to see this bill die, but it did not. So it went
Still
through
a
committee,
chance.
and there's still a chance. Yep. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with this one. It's an interesting one.
Do we have certified foster homes here?
We do, and we have a campaign out to get a few more going. That's always a little bit complicated because the process for certifying a foster home takes about 3 months. And then not all foster homes can take all ages of children or all kinds of different situations a child might have. So what we like to do is have maybe my ideal situation would be 4 or 5 across the age range of kids that they can take. And that's sometimes difficult because families that have gone through this and are ready to take foster children could wait years before their first placement because we just haven't had a 2-year-old in that time frame for the last 2 years. So it's a bit of another string tugging game to get the perfect mix of foster care homes.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Good, thanks. It's a tough one.
Okay. The other one that I'm just going to Kelly, I have not yet connected with the sheriff's department on this one, just so you know. But I do have, one of the reasons that we're on this one right now or that we're overseeing this is because of the impacts that this one would have to our CMP program. If you remember last year in legislative session, there were a lot of concerns around requiring CMPs to oversee cases in a way that wasn't voluntary. And the same concerns come through with this one as well. So are these voluntary cases? Are they not voluntary? Because once you oversee a case like a juvenile youth or like someone who has a mental health concern like this or behavioral health that's justice involved, the level of oversight is just much different than a voluntary program. And it really philosophically changes the program as well. Once you change a program from a like a volunteer kind of, opt-in to a now you're required to do these things to be able to move through the system, it really changes the approach quite a bit of the way. So this is another one that continues to be in an amend position. I don't believe it's gone past the committee folder yet, so we're waiting on this one.
Thank you.
Any questions about that? 5 minutes
Good
early.
job, you are good.
Ooh, we did good today. Any other questions?
This is your chance with Human Services that we won't see him again until
Thank you for
May.
the great questions today. Yeah, we appreciate that. It is complex, the business. As you can see, it'd be fun to get you into some allocation methodology meetings.
No.
Don't do it. No.
I definitely volunteer Jeffrey for that.
Yeah. I hear you would be really good at it, asking the tough questions, because they have to be asked in these programs, the way that we're responsibly using taxpayer dollars to be able to carry out these types of public benefits, keeping our community safe, essentially. It's important, and that's why we have such heavy oversight of the work that we do.
I just think in 3 months, we'll have a much better idea what damage has been done regarding budgets, and you'll have a better idea on what you're going to need to do.
Mm-hmm.
3 months?
I hope so. In 3 months.
Well, no, we'll see them before then, but that's the next social services.
That-
Right.
Next Board of Social Services.
First, it was January 28th. We were going to have answers. Now I think it's March 13th. We should have some more answers. So we'll see. Sometimes I feel like when these announcements come out, they're just more confusing and don't give us the direction and just make us now plan in a lot of other different directions that we may have not anticipated.
So did you mean more answers or more questions?
Yeah, yes.
I think there won't be more money, though. That's the.
I don't see more money coming into our program. So what we are really grateful for, they did have the child welfare study over the last 3 years that influenced that allocation to bring the 2 additional caseworkers onto our team. That is helping us tremendously right now in a way that we're resourced to meet the community needs. I'm happy that happened before what we're about to see.
To make sure we can hold on to it.
Yeah, I know, because one of the questions you had was, is there any chance that this could change? And we're like, not with the allocation methodologies and the way that federal funding comes through to support our community. So we will see.
We'll see.
Yep.
You good?
I'd like
All
to
right, if there are not further
make a
questions.
motion to adjourn. Norma, Catherine, Chad, Mead, Lindsay, and Kelly, thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Is there a second? Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, guys.
Right.
Thank
Nice
you
to
all
see you.
so
Thank
much.
you for everything you do. We have a scheduled break with board interviews starting at 2:45.
And Jack's
that
coming
work for
online,
everybody?
is that correct?
All right, grassroots, we'll be back at 2:45. welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, February 25th. We have several citizen board interviews that we're going to conduct next, and I will invite Charlotte Anderson to come up and give us the lay of the land with the status of these board compositions, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have 3 P&Z interviews today. There are a couple of changes on your AIS that I want to point out. First of all, John McBride is now rescheduled for 3/11. He missed his last interview. So we have him rescheduled, and then Suzanne, Jasmine, and Zach have all submitted their renewal applications. I'm just waiting on Zach to confirm if he can do an interview on the 18th. So again, we have 1 vacancy. And today we have Mr. Jack Cohen joining us virtually for the first interview. And then we'll have Jeffrey Orsolak and Richard Lay.
Okay. All right, thank you. Well, I see Jack Cohen online with us. Can you hear us, sir?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Can't hear you. Let me see if it might be on our end. Can you speak again, please, Jack?
I hear you just fine.
Hang on a sec. I'll let you know. Can you try again? No, we can't hear you yet. Sorry. Now?
How about now?
How about now? All right. Nice to see and hear you.
Well, thank you very much. And nice to be here.
Okay. Well, we have 15 minutes slated for each of these interviews, and generally what we like to do is invite you to talk to us about your interest in the citizen board, which is planning and zoning in this case, and your connections to or experience with that issue and or sector and topic, and then we'll go around and see if commissioners have additional questions for you. Does that sound good?
Sounds epic.
All right. I don't know if it sounds that good.
We'll try.
You know. But we always enjoy our meetings with you, Jack. So please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Some of you guys might remember that I first got introduced to the various committees with one of the airport committees, and I asked a question around financing and got redirected to the Financial Advisory Board. So I have enjoyed being on the Financial Advisory Board, and I thought, how fun would it be to see if there's another place I can contribute. I actually know absolutely nothing about planning and zoning, but I have spent the last almost 45 years financing commercial real estate. So I have been a lender. As a matter of fact, I won't lend unless the asset is already zoned. I have been an investor and owner. I've never been the active developer. I just thought it was the committee that was closest to brick and mortar, and I thought, well, if there's a spot, maybe this would be fun to participate. Obviously, I'm happy to answer any questions you guys want, but I'm throwing myself at the mercy of the court. I'm happy to grab a broom and sweep.
All right. Well, we all like that. Okay. I'll look to board members for questions for Jack. Patty.
Hi, Jack. How are you?
Patty, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you, sir. So my question for you is, and I think Jeffrey will commiserate with this, is that it takes a lot of time, P&Z. The packets are pretty hefty, and the meetings are twice a month on Tuesday evenings. So you would get to see us if you come in, because we're usually here till P&Z comes in. Do you have the time available for this committee?
I would like to say yes. My only reservation is, as much as I love living in Aspen, I tend to travel a bit for work and for grandchildren. And so timing, I guess if I know that the sessions are in advance and the package is in advance, then I'll be around and be prepared. I'm really not great last minute. And I do travel, so I don't know how you guys feel about periodically if I'm on the road and I'm participating, by video like this.
I think the packets are available the week before, for the Tuesday. So it gives you that, and the meetings are pretty set in advance, whether or not the
Right.
topics change on the meetings. But yeah, I think there is the opportunity to zoom in if need be. Being in the room is always better, but zooming in is allowed. But I just wanted to know, and I think, speaking for myself, the priority is grandkids over work, so.
I agree, and I'm blessed. Today is I got 3 from 3 children in 3 months. So today is the third first birthday.
Oh, my gosh.
It also happens to coincide with my daughter, so it's her aunt. My daughter's 35th, so that's why I'm in New York right now. But I'm coming home tomorrow.
Okay, well, fly safe and spoil those grandbabies as much as possible.
Oh yeah, and I used to think in this next life you want to be one of my kids. Now I got it wrong. In this next life, if you had a choice, you want to be one of my grandkids.
I'll remember that. Thank you.
Greg, do you have any questions? I can go kind of around the table here.
I just want to thank you for applying. I'm glad to know you have extra bandwidth, and I'm already trying to think of, how we can take advantage of this.
I'd love it.
Yeah,
Seriously.
Well, thank you. That's all I've got for you right now. I think you'd be a great addition to anything we put you on. It's just it'll be interesting to see what. I think we have several other applications. Is that right? So
Yeah.
it's going to be a while before we sort this out. But don't worry, we're not going to forget about you.
I appreciate that because what I really want to do is contribute. And I just figured I have some experience. Maybe it's useful. And I'll rely on you guys to place it. I've enjoyed the Financial Advisory Board, and I didn't even think of that. You guys thought of that and sent me down the hall for that, and it's been fun. So where you think you could use another hand, I'm here to help. I really am.
Jack, to finish that, all I can say is I think the board's tired of me saying I'd like to have an economist on speed dial. So when anybody ever has experience or a background like yours, I think, wow, that's just somebody we'd like to have on tap. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, that's great. Thank you.
All right, Jeffrey.
Jack, Jeffrey, can you describe or give us some more details about your work with ULI, with Urban Land?
Yeah, I love Urban Land, and I have been a member a long time. I have been I'm primarily a member of the national, efforts. And I'm on a product council. I have been a chair of a product council. I'm on the foundation part of the current product council. But when I moved full-time to Aspen, I tracked down the ULI Colorado district chair. And I said, look, I would like to get more involved. I don't know what that means, but I understand ULI has a cool program in other cities called Urban Plan. And I gave them some money to start Urban Plan in Colorado. Of course, they're back at my pew asking for more money. But in between, they have an interesting program in Denver where they have 60 young professionals. They define a young professional as younger than 45. And they asked me to be one of the 4 facilitators. And so a couple of weeks ago, I went to Denver and with 3 other professionals. They were primarily developers, whereas I just wrote a book for young professionals and I'm in the finance world. So they all got to interview us, and we got to speak to the kids. And then 15 kids just got allocated to me. And starting in March, I have a six-month program with them where I'm going to teach them frameworks out of my book, and I'm going to teach them how to finance a piece of real estate, because most of these people, think great thoughts around planning and zoning and architecture, but they don't have a clue as to whether or not the asset will ever get financed. So my plan is to rock their world. So I kind of believe that life is a contact sport, and I like to participate. And so I just threw myself into the local chapter as somebody that does something that they don't really do, which is learn finance. And again, my book, just in case you guys wanted to buy it, is called Freedom Frameworks. And what I did is I curated a bunch of frameworks that I've collected for 50 years to manage me, to manage others, to manage teams, to manage businesses. But I curated it for young professionals as kind of this is how you self-manage your own career. So on Friday, I'm going to the University of Wisconsin to teach at their real estate class. And 2 weeks ago, I did the same at University of Miami. And I've done a half a dozen classes at Boulder. Same thing. I just kind of ask them what they want to talk about, and then I go crazy.
What's the title of the book again? And can you hold it up for us?
I actually have one in my backpack. It's called Freedom Frameworks.
Okay,
and it's
thank
on
you.
all of your platforms. And as a matter of fact, I just approved the audiobook, and I don't know when that's going to go out, but you can get it on an e-reader and you can get the hard copy. And if you get a hard copy, I'll sign it for you.
There you go. Thank you.
Can't wait. Thanks, Jack. Francie.
Thank you, Jack, for staying engaged and wanting to be further engaged. This is Francie. I just want to warn you that planning and zoning is not at all like the Financial Advisory Board. I've heard from Evan that the Financial Advisory Board is not exactly exhilarating, that, it's a little slow.
It's a lot slow, but when something shows up, it's interesting. It's interesting math.
Well, there's nothing slow about P&Z. You have huge packets to read and demanding meetings. So I'm not trying to discourage you, but, I'm just warning you that it requires quite a bit of preparation.
Okay, and I assume when you're talking about the packages and the planning, these are developers' packages of what they want, or have we as a committee processed what the developer wants compared to what the zoning rules are, and we're in preparation for conflict with said sponsor?
The second, and so, yes, does this application conform to land use codes? And there's a lot of land use codes, and Jeffrey can tell you he knows every single one by heart, I think. But it probably took him many, many years to get there. So, they're complex. And then you'll make a recommendation to the BoCC whether to approve the application or not. So
do the
just a little warning that it's a lot more intense than the FAB, although we really appreciate the work of the FAB, especially in the work that you did in predicting the future of airport revenues and that sort of thing. That was hugely helpful to us.
Yeah, that was actually so fascinating to get involved in it. I think the staff did a really good job on that. My concern as a finance person, you may or may not be aware, was I thought there was too much percentage rent, and I wanted to trade it for more guarantee. And ultimately, that's what they did. But Patty, actually, if the Financial Advisory Board was more robust in activity, I probably wouldn't be at your pew saying, hey, you guys got anything else for me to do?
Right, exactly. Well, I know Evan feels the same way. So anyway, thank you for your work on the Financial Advisory Board. I mean, really, it was incredibly helpful to have that advice from you.
Well, I appreciate you saying so. There's another topic coming up, which I thought was really, really fascinating, and the emails are flying fast and furious about questions people have about whether or not this next topic is worthy of all of you guys to approve. But you know, when there's a topic, it's interesting. I confess, you know, I'm used to a bunch of people sitting around the table debating something and making a decision. All this consensus stuff is like, what are you guys doing? We talked about this already.
Well, Jack, I'll just jump in a little bit here. You know, you will vote more formally at P&Z. There actually are registered votes that do not always result in consensus, and we read those recommendations thoroughly when we're making our own decisions. And then, you know, planning and zoning, the FAB is sort of like an advisory group to the BoCC, really, whereas
Right.
planning and zoning is like truly representing the community in a lot of ways, and you have functions that have to deliver community vision. So the Planning and Zoning Commission, you know, approves caucus master plans, you know, authors and approves the comprehensive plan for the county. You know, so there is a lot more, I think, authoring of, you know, documents that go on the books that we are then obligated to follow. And so your authority as a board in planning and zoning is much more, what's the word I'm looking for? Centralized to that committee rather than just rolling it up to the BoCC.
I appreciate you saying that, but maybe this is a dumb question, but, you know, when God created Earth, did the zoning rules get created and then we're now adhering to them? Or are the zoning rules, I'll use the term flexible, or willing to be challenged?
Yeah, they change over time, and they, you know, reflect community vision, community character. We are bound by some state regulations as to what can be done and how that can be done. That, you know, we don't have full zoning authority of the county. There are restrictions that underline that.
Yeah, that actually begs an interesting question I always get confused about. It's the county, not just Aspen proper, correct?
Right.
Okay.
It's not Aspen proper at all.
Yeah,
It's just the county.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Any final questions for Jack?
But
Jack,
please know, we'd like to have a little control over the city, but that's not going to happen.
Give it time.
They used to. They used to be more integrated, but now we're not. We're less so.
Thank you, Jack. Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Enjoy your grandchild's birthday.
Thank you for the time, everyone. Good luck, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
3 one-year-old grandkids. Woof.
Lucky man.
It's fun to have cousins like that. All right, are you Mr. Orsolak?
Yes, I am.
All right, please come on up.
Thanks. Hey, guys.
Hi,
you
good
doing?
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah.
So I think you were here when I sort of gave the spiel. We
Yep.
invite you to tell us about yourself, your interest in the board, and then we'll kind of go around the horn.
Perfect. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Appreciate everything you do. My name is Jeff Orsolak, and let's see. My first citizen board was when I was 16. I grew up in a small town, and small towns are about all small communities. Much like this, there was not much of a city. There was no city. Small communities are just all hands on deck, and that's what serving on these boards are about. You know, we all need to be involved. So I moved here in 2001 into Basalt and got quickly engaged. I've been working with Lipkin Warner for 24 years now, and my focus of my work has been the Willits community. So I know a little bit about land use, to be honest with you. I've been on both sides of the table because I also served on the Mid-Valley Metropolitan District Board. So I've been on that other side and kind of have seen it for both ways. I've written those packets many times, so I've read them multiple times. And, you know, when we moved out of Basalt up to the Crown, you know, I had to kind of disengage from a lot of those Basalt boards, and I'm really looking for that new opportunity to kind of engage for my new community, which is Pickens County now. So that's why I'm here. And I think I have a nice set of skills that can really help and communicate both sides of the table. You know, we are architects, we are developers, and we run a construction arm as well. So we know kind of all those aspects of the making a sandwich. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the opportunity if you guys give it to me, and happy to answer any questions.
Do you go by Jeff or Jeffrey?
Jeffrey,
Okay.
whatever you want to call me.
Okay, well, before I call on someone to ask you that, I thought I'd get that clear. So who has questions for
start.
Jeff? Go ahead.
Well, thank
Francie.
you for applying. I hope we're not building another Willits in Pitkin County, let me put it that way. It's fine in Eagle. You did a nice job with it. But hopefully you won't see any applications like that. Yeah, so anyway, you heard my spiel about the amount of time it takes. And I appreciate the fact that you have a background of knowledge in the land use codes. That helps a lot.
Yep.
So outside of your job and possibly being on this board, which takes time, what else do you do? I think I saw skiing and hiking.
Yeah. You know, I do all the activities we all love here in the Valley. And, you know, I'm on the cause board, so the Performing Arts Center, and that was that's been a fun project for me to see through for these last 20 years to make that happen. And so it's just me and my wife, no kids. So it's just us doing our thing. And like I said, you know, I have a lot of experience in this realm and know the time it takes.
Yeah.
You know, I've written many of those 100+ page packets, and so I know how long it takes to write them, so I know a little bit how long it takes to read them as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer to your question is that my time's pretty flexible. Fortunately, I've kind of set my life up that way.
All right.
But,
Well, that sounds great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kelly?
Oh, I was just going to go around.
Oh, okay. Jeffrey? I just want to thank you, too. I want to extend a thanks to TACA for opening their doors during the lockdown we had recently in Willits.
Yeah,
Thank you for doing that, and for providing an amazing venue for this community, especially for our holiday party. It's great. And I want to apologize for having to work with Michael Lipkin, who I've known for many, 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 many years. Our kids grew up together. He's quite the character, and he's, Francie, so you know, Michael Lipkin is done with projects, we hope, in Pitkin County also. But, yeah, and it's nice to hear that you know the time that it takes ahead of time, and that you're willing to do it. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Can't think of any questions, but I'm really grateful that you applied.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right. Do you have any, Jeffrey? Where are we getting it right, and where are we getting it wrong here in Pitkin County land use?
I think that's a great question. You know, it's really hard in this community because we have so many outside forces just kind of pushing on us from every direction. And you know, it's not just regional, it's not just national, it's international, and that's a big uphill battle. And you know, I think one of the big focuses that I've turned to in these last few years, we're focusing a lot more on workforce housing. So, you know, I just finished a project over in Vail doing 72 units and kind of figuring out, you know, how to make that a public-private partnership work there. And yeah, I think it's where are we getting it right? Well, I mean, it's always evolutional, right? And that's the beauty of land use, is that it has to evolve, and it evolves to what the community's needs are over time. And I think those have changed, you know, dramatically. We see real differences in the 20 years I've been in here. And so I think my role in this type of situation is really to help you guys, and also to kind of respond to the community, right? So, you know, and take my knowledge and what I've learned to help with that, and not necessarily bring an agenda to the table. I don't think that's the role of somebody at P&Z. I think it's, you know, it's really responding to the code, responding to directives from you guys, and responding directly from the community, and, you know, kind of helping usher that through.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Go ahead, please.
Have you looked at Vision 2050 or any output from?
That's a good question. I almost asked
Sorry,
it,
because I think,
too.
and I can back up without
Yeah.
it being a leading question. So I and Charlotte can describe this as well. There's work that's caseload, which is largely what you're sort of reacting to.
Right.
But there's really the strategic side. And then there's sort of the care and maintenance of the code itself. So
Sure.
that's citizen updates or updates land use code. But the process the county's going through right now is this Vision 2050, which is the outgrowth of the Growth Advisory Committee. So I think you have an outsized role to play as a planning and zoning board member that's not just the day-to-day of the casework, but really crafting what does the community look like for the next 25 years.
Yeah, and I haven't read that yet, and happy to bring my knowledge, because we don't just work. Willetts isn't our only project. We've been working other communities, and we see these same issues that we're regionally that we're all dealing with. Whether it's
Call them complexities now; they're no longer issues.
Fair enough, and whether it's Telluride or Vale or even Carbondale and Glenwood, right? And so, yeah, I think to answer your question is I'm open to hearing what the community has to say, but I'm also happy to kind of be part of that community and provide my knowledge.
Are there any other questions?
Have you
for
also
Jeff?
heard the saying, "Be careful what you ask for"? Just to let you know.
Well, it's funny. I was 8 votes away from being on your side of the table in Basalt, and so I kind of know where you guys have been and how it took you to get here at a different scale. Didn't quite make it, but it was a fun process. I remember when I was campaigning, just walking. I walked to every community in Basalt and knocked on doors, and it was really nice to kind of engage with the neighborhood. And didn't quite work out, but
It's always the next time.
there's always a next time.
Patty and I knock on a lot of doors for a lot of
Yeah.
reasons. Well,
Or
great.
not knock on it.
Right.
Any further
Yeah,
questions?
well, yeah,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. I appreciate it. I wasn't waiting till last. I was just trying to get a sense of, and it sounds like you've got incredible experience with projects, a comprehensive project like Willetts, which is clearly a planned development that reflects the time and effort you've all and companies put into it. It seems to me that our biggest challenges are not going to be specifically. I don't know, how can we say it? I feel as if we need to really start looking at comprehensive plans for large swaths of our transportation corridor.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
And I'm just wondering, how does that sound to you?
Well, it's funny. One of the things that you always see in the process is how much you having designed to the car. And the question is, should we be designing to the car? And what are the alternatives? And we're seeing different communities kind of address that in different ways, whether it's California kind of eliminating the requirement of parking, or Cambridge, Mass doing the same thing, or we see how these cities evolve around those transportation nodes, and should we be kind of focusing on those transportation nodes and asking, okay, is this where things need to happen when we do need those housing units, and we don't want people driving from Rifle or from Parachute or from Junction at this point, right? And what are those impacts to our community as we see that up and down the road? And so, yeah, I think you're right. You need to look at that transportation node and kind of ask those questions about where can we add the units that we need to kind of provide the services that we have, and what are the impacts of projects that we are approving to those services. And we have to kind of ask that same question as well, I think. And it's if we're building a new hotel up here, where are all those people being housed, and how are we doing it, and what are the impacts of letting them only house 25% of their employees? And those are community questions, but ones that we all have to ask together and say, are we okay with that? Are we okay with that means 75% of those people are back on the road, and how do we feel about that?
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, the complexity of that situation is interesting, and we have a very unique situation in that we've repressed growth, as you'd expect it, and repressed sprawl for 50 years. I don't want to let go of that.
Well, as we say, there's two things we don't like, density and sprawl, right? So, how do we answer? That's the question, is how do we work our way through those two negatives that we don't like, and come out with something that's great for the community.
Right, thank you. I appreciate your thoughtful answers.
Yeah, me too. Thank you. All right, any other further questions? No, it's so nice to meet
All right.
you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yes, you as
Take
well.
care. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we have our third interview, Mr. Lai. Come on up. Did I say that right? Lai.
I have some backup material with me.
Okay. Welcome.
like
Did I
to-
say your name right, sir? Is it Lai?
Lai.
Say that right?
Richard Lai.
Perfect.
If I can
Welcome.
pass this around, I didn't realize there was going to be a full board here, but I can get copies. I wrote a book some time ago that I'm very proud of, and it has a book review by a gentleman who practices land use planning before the Supreme Court of the United States. So I'd like to pass that around.
Here, I'll take them over here.
And I have some guest editorials in the Aspen Times. Pass that around. And you will have to look for my name in many of these things, but
I'll let you take those.
one thing I did right away was I did my homework. I wanted to find out exactly what Pitkin County looked like because I have spent several sessions, I've served several sessions with the Aspen Planning and Zoning Commission. And when I was a young man, and now that I'm old, I was on the Historic Preservation Committee. I also have some of my my biography, my autobiography here.
Thank you.
And there's several articles, but you'll have to kind of search for my name, but they all come up. And
Thank you.
this, for instance, was a drawing that I made that was published by the paper.
Oh, yeah. This one.
And I believe the book is going around, and it might take me a while, but I'll try and get everybody a copy of that book free. So in any case, I'm very happy to appear before the Pitkin County Board. I've served several terms with the Aspen Planning and Zoning Commission. So, and this may sound strange, but the reason I'm interested in community service is because of my parents, believe it or not. My father was a career ambassador for Taiwan, and my mother was a career social worker. They were born in China, and after we got out of China just before Pearl Harbor, otherwise we would have been stuck, and we were very fortunate. We spent my childhood years in Wellington, New Zealand, in Fiji, in Canada, and in pre-communist Cuba, as well as Mexico. So I've been very fortunate to have a very interesting life, and it wasn't my doing, it was the will of God, I think. But I'm very happy to appear before the county, Pitkin County. As I said, I've served several terms with the Aspen Planning and Zoning as a young man and as an older person on the Historic Preservation Committee. So I'll be very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Wonderful. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lai?
Well, I guess I would ask you why you are interested in doing this.
Believe it or not, it's my parents. My parents steered me to believe in community service. They were involved in communities themselves, and they indoctrinated my elder sister and I to believe in community service as well.
Well, it's quite obvious that you would have a tremendous amount to offer, just looking at some of these things and reading your application. But it is pretty time-consuming. You probably heard us talking about it.
I'm retired. I've got all. I want to be involved in the community. And as I said, I've served on the Aspen board several sessions. But this is the first time I've actually gone beyond, and I had to. I did my homework, as I said, to find out exactly where Pitkin County is.
Well, I live at the extreme opposite end of Pitkin County in the Crystal River Valley, which I don't know if you know it very well, but a lot of people are surprised when they hear it's in Pitkin County.
Well, I think the county is underestimated. It's the greater part. It includes Aspen and I believe Basalt,
Part of Basalt,
Willits, maybe Redstone, I don't know.
Redstone, yes.
So, but as I said, I was raised to believe in community service.
Well, that's great.
And I enjoy it. That's probably even more important.
Yeah.
To really enjoy what you're doing.
Well, thank you for your interest in your application.
It's an honor to be considered.
Jeffrey, please.
So tell us about the inspiration for your hand drawing for the armory. So the perspective that you drew in the armory. It's an urban planning question.
It is. It's historic preservation. That's a landmark. It's a landmark building. It's in the Register of Historic Places. Maybe it's because I'm an old man, but I believe in historic preservation. And it's really this opportunity to serve the greater community is something that doesn't come very often. And I'm extremely happy to be considered for this position. Extremely happy.
Thank you. Go ahead, Patty.
I just think your history, your foresight, your just looking at the dates of these editorials from 1961 is really amazing and a huge asset to bring forward the history into future planning and zoning. So I really appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you saying so.
And you have quite an amazing life that you've led.
I've been very, very, very fortunate. It's God's will.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks again for coming in. I'm wondering if the P&Z, well, you've been on P&Z in the city, so you understand its application.
I understand it. I've
application of the
served
rules.
several terms on.
Yeah, I would be, if I were you, because I have an semi-architectural background in engineering, I'd want to be designing everything. I'd want to be proposing crazy ideas to do things, and I'd be the wrong fit personally for the P&Z because I think I'd feel stifled because they weren't there. They're not asking me for my creative input, and I understand you understand that. But what's your perspective?
Well, I have designed, but one thing about university life, and I've been taught at the University of Texas, at Arizona State. There's something creative of working with young minds. It's probably even more important than concrete buildings because you're working with people, and to shape the future is something that doesn't come to everybody. It's an opportunity. And that's the reason why I went into university teaching. And I have in my my place at Hunter Creek a plaque that I'm very proud of because it is appreciation, a certificate of appreciation from my students. I created a program called Housing and Urban Development. And it was a brainchild that I had. Many architects turn their nose up at developers, but I don't believe that. I think that the development industry is something that's very important to the economy and the welfare of everybody. And it was a great honor that my students gave me that plaque.
Other questions? Well, I'll say, the pedestrian mall is a gift to the community and to many generations. So I think
The
you have a
pedestrian mall?
legacy. Yeah, undoubtedly.
It was fought for.
It was part of my master's thesis in architecture.
I hope you got an A.
I talked about pilgrimatic cities that people would come to find a meaning greater than themselves. And to me, the Roaring Fork Valley is a place, this place is famous. I'm lucky I've lived in very large cities. I've lived in New York. I lived in, I went through this already, but New Zealand, Fiji, British Columbia, pre-communist Cuba, of course, pre-communist China as well. But to mold young minds is to project yourself into the future. Not many people can do that, perhaps with their own children, but to be honored to do that with the children of everybody is something that doesn't come to many people.
Yeah, well, it's beautiful. Thank you. And I'll pose the same question I asked the other candidate. What do you think we're getting right or wrong in terms of land use in Pickens County as a whole?
I think we have to serve the community first. Aspen, generally, is known for its millionaires and billionaires. It's true. And we need them because they keep the economy going. But that's not enough. We really have to look to the future of our children. That way, we can live forever.
Well, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Live?
No, but thank you so much for applying.
Okay. So nice to see you. And you gave us many copies of these. Would you like some of these back? We can keep one and scan it by email.
You can keep them all.
I want to see the armory one.
I want to work through them too. Yeah.
I will.
Those I think are just
I will.
one. These we have many, so we can give these back.
I'm actually honored to be in two world-famous communities. One is Los Alamos for sort of iffy reasons, and the other one is Aspen. And I'm honored to be here and serve the greater community.
These are extras.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And so we have more interviews scheduled. We had multiple candidates and we have some renewals. And so it'll be several weeks, I think, before we make a decision. And Charlotte will be your direct contact.
Thank you so much, Charlotte.
Yeah. So nice to meet you.
Thank you, yeah, did really.
Okay.
I don't, do you want me to take this?
Yeah, that's, you can take your book.
You don't, somebody can have it here.
Well, we'll keep it if you have extras.
Thank you
Ever
very
part of one of
much.
you- oh, Thank you. Okay, can you upgrade Michael as a panelist, please? We'll move on here. The next item on our agenda is a letter of support for CORE's application to the Colorado Energy Office Energy Code Adoption and Enforcement Grant Program.
I believe we have Michael Port joining us online. Let's see if we.
John Doherty's here.
Oh, he is.
And
John,
we
would
also
you like
have
to come
John
up?
Doherty hiding in the back corner.
Yeah, he's snuck in. Hi.
I believe Michael
have
is going to introduce this, and then John's here for questions.
Great.
Hi, John.
All right.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
Hi, Michael. Go ahead and tell us what we're doing here. We all have the letter in our packet. Thanks for submitting that ahead of time.
Awesome. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, yes, Michael Port, Climate Action Analyst. I'm happy to introduce this session. CORE is seeking a letter of support for a grant application to support some code adoption and enforcement dollars that they're seeking sort of on a regional project for us. So as our liaison with CORE, I am just here to introduce John. We provided the letter of support for you all for your consideration, but John can definitely tell you more about this grant application, and so I'll kick it over to John.
Oh,
What's wrong?
oh, everything went black for a second.
Oh.
It's back.
Okay. Just a little blip. We're okay.
All right. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
John Doherty, CEO at CORE. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. This letter of support that we're asking for your signature on is a co-created grant application that we are doing with Walking Mountain Science Center, so working in partnership with the Climate Action Collaborative, and this is building on work that we did over the last year to build out a regional roadmap with funding from Colorado Energy Office. So CORE worked in partnership with Walking Mountain Science Center to build off of what Eagle Communities did last year in order to build a roadmap to align codes as best as possible, and Colorado Energy Office funded us to carry that over to this side of the hill and try to get as much alignment as possible to support our workforce and support alignment for design to construction contractors to have a clear understanding and an easier way to navigate the code system. So out of that process, we crafted a regional roadmap. Earlier today, we were with Pitkin County staff walking through that. Gina joined us from Walking Mountain Science Center to update them on that. This next phase of funding is really designed around implementation of compliance with codes, IECC codes 2021 or better, which is work that you guys are already leading the way on, along with the other communities. So Town of Snowmass Village, as well as City of Aspen, have signed on this letter of support. The goal is to submit it, or we need to submit it on Friday. Our responsibility in this, and with your support, will be to provide training, outreach, and education to local building contractors, architects around any code enhancements that are made at the local level. We will also be subcontracting with Group 14, Shumskoda, Lotus Sustainability around things like designing checklists that would be available on CORE's Building Performance Hub, which is something you all supported in last year's funding request, to make it accessible for designers, contractors to be able to go on and look by locality at the checklist requirements for what they need to come prepared for when they are submitting building proposals, specifically on new construction. So that is what the funding request is for. It will be a collaborative funding request going into Colorado Energy Office. So we are submitting one proposal to represent predominantly Eagle and Pitkin County communities, with some of the Garfield County communities signing on independently.
Okay, questions for John, Francie, or Michael?
So is this something the counties don't do? does our county not provide any of this information for contractors and builders? And
it is available to them when they call and they ask for assistance. Our goal is to try to move to the proactive side of that on two parts. One is creating greater alignment. So if you recall, when CORS reported before, there were two other components to the study that we did last year in building the roadmap, and that was a green workforce study where we went out and interviewed contractors from across the 3 counties around what are the biggest challenges to advancing climate-friendly practices, and their feedback was, one, that they don't have a robust enough workforce, and the second is that there is such discrepancy between the different communities in some of the building code requirements that it's hard to have a workforce that knows how to be compliant. And so the process that kicks back and forth of submitting a building permit or a change permit and then having to go back and make modifications is labor intensive. It puts demand on the county, it puts demand on the architects, it puts additional expense in. So this is intended to be a proactive approach to that, where we'll be going out and training proactively, and then CORE's Building Performance Hub will make these resources available online to them, so anyone can click on that link and say, I want to do this in Pickens County, City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, including any communities that participate across Eagle County. So that's the intention, is sort of the proactive effort, so that they're submitting proposals for new construction correct the first time, and that we can really build on this green workforce study and some of the additional work we've done over the last year to understand the scale of work that is out there. So we now know the full footprint of the built environment across the 3 counties, and how we can best prioritize tackling those that we could have the greatest climate impact on.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I'm interested in it because, as the mother of 3 men who build, they have gigantic volumes of things that they're referring to all the time. So I just hope it's not redundant. That's what I'm saying. And it sounds like, the proactive approach to it is if people are interested, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and what we got from the Green Workforce Study is they are interested in it. The second part to that, Francie, is that wherever your children are building, right, they have this stack, and then they go 5 miles down the road and they have another stack, and then they go 15 miles and they have another stack. And our goal is to try to take those stacks and say, where is their alignment and where are their unique checklist, actually giving them a checklist so that they don't have to flip through 1,000 pages of code, and they can say, this is the checklist for Pickens County that I have to have the answers to before I submit the request. So hopefully it's not redundant. Hopefully it's making it more efficient for the builders, because the builders are telling us this is an extremely time-consuming process, and then that delays and increased costs in doing it. From a climate perspective, it also can, we're hoping it eases folks' commitment to doing it in a climate-friendly way first.
Yeah. Well, it's a really interesting idea. It's super interesting. Patty, were you going to respond to my question, Kara?
I can add on, but I can do it after Patty's comments.
You can go, because...
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, building on, I think the opportunity, as well as John just alluded to, and where we really see the opportunity is, especially in the building code that you all are in the process with right now, there really is incentives more than sticks, right? More than regulations to meet the climate-friendly goals. And so I think the real opportunity with this is leveraging CORE and Walking Mountains to hopefully be out in front before anyone is even thinking about coming in for that building permit of, here's how you can design your house to meet all of our climate goals. There's other options, but we really are, the building and energy code that you all are considering is putting more incentives on. And so how do we encourage people to be looking at and thinking about those incentives before they ever walk in the door with that building permit?
Cool.
That kind of changes my question a little bit, but why isn't Pickens County applying for this grant and doing it ourselves? Specific just to Pickens County.
That's a great question. Capacity is one. I do think that there's opportunity. It's a lot of the work that they've all been doing across all the different elements. And I'll be honest, where we are still in the phases of all the energy and building codes. And so we're working on that piece. And so to be able to leverage the partnership with CORE and others to be that outreach and education, and that's the place that they've been it's for so long with Pitkin County's building code, right, is how are they doing that education and outreach in general to homeowners, and this seemed like a good extension.
Well, the other communities, I don't know where they stand on their energy codes. I don't think they're as far ahead as we are. Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure maybe that's an incentive for them to up the ante in their jurisdictions. Some of them I don't know if we'll get that far, but maybe that's helpful. But I understand this takes some of the workload off of our staff, which has already got a lot on their plate.
Did John pay you just to say that?
Yes, actually he did a lot. It was an incentive.
Well, and Patty, the thing I would say about that too is CEO actually incentivized us to do it as a collaborative proposal because of what you pointed out. So there was more available if we applied as multiple communities than if Pitkin applied alone, City of Aspen, anywhere in Eagle County. So that was the other piece. The other thing that was notable is the plan, the roadmap that we talked about earlier that is really the foundation for this. We're the only region that did that in the state of Colorado across 3 counties at the same time. And so they are looking to continue to invest in Pitkin, in Aspen, in Town of Snowmass Village, and that map over to Eagle County, because they see that that's the only way we're going to get there is if we move together. So thanks for asking. Because
I have one other question to Michael. The executive director of the Colorado Energy Office, you addressed him as the Honorable. That's an unusual term for me for a director. Yeah.
He was a commissioner, so maybe that was why.
I just thought that was interesting. We rarely get called honorable, so
we beg for it.
Yeah, but anyway, I thought that was
I'm going to
interesting.
start calling you all honorable.
The Honorable Will Tour, and I'm like, he's an executive director of the but I honor that. But the other thing is, I would just say, dear Mr. Tour, not Will Tour. Just a little more friendly, not quite as Will Tour. You didn't say, dear Honorable Will Tour. But Michael, thank you.
We can certainly make that update. I had the pleasure of receiving a template letter of support from CORE, so we moved ahead with what they
should be
what
looking
they
at
sent
you,
us.
not Michael. Okay.
Exactly. I was like, I'm not sure where she's getting this from until you referenced the letter, and I'm like, that's not on Michael.
All right, other
But
questions
yeah,
or
I'm supportive,
comments
but thanks for the clarification.
Honorable Greg Postman.
If you could, and after I'm finished being a commissioner, I expect to be called that, even after I'm done, right? Isn't that how it works?
No, it really doesn't.
The former governor is still called governor.
And Gail Schwartz is still called senator, so.
See, you'll be called honorable until your dotage.
I don't know.
If you act honorably.
If you act honorably. Okay, sorry to diverge. I just wanted to say, and very briefly, the provenance of this, in my mind, comes from perhaps that summit we had about 3 or 4 years ago, where the counties and the municipalities all got together and said, hey, none of us have a cogent climate action plan that matches anyone else's, or building codes, energy codes. None of us have this. And so a group formed and started coagulating this, and this is the positive outcome of it. I look at like cellular growth forming into larger cells that
are
becoming
medical coagulating and cellular
becoming more
growth.
potent and regionally more powerful, and also standardizing to some extent to make it easier to understand how to work with it.
Yeah, if you, I think that's important, Greg, because if you think about where CEO is with us now, they attend the Regional Climate Solutions Group on a monthly basis to understand how are you doing this and what's working. And all the credit in the world goes to Gina McCracken because she can run a meeting like nobody's business. And so I just say that because we are seeing interest from these funding partners at the state level saying, okay, you guys have figured out how to do this collectively, even with a big old mountain to climb in between you. How can we move our climate goals better if we do this, particularly in the rural mountain communities? So I do think it's pretty powerful, and we're pretty excited that next we want to start to look into the private beyond the government sector for joint applications as well.
Okay, well, in the interest of keeping us to time, does our board agree to sign
Yes.
for this letter? Okay.
Thank you.
And that'll come, Michael, will
that
that come to
honorific.
me through DocuSign for my signature after edits are made?
Yes, we
Okay.
can do that.
Otherwise, we can print it and I can sign it tomorrow while I'm here.
Thanks, Michael.
All right,
John.
thank you and good luck. I know you have a grant is closing on Friday. All right, discussion on our proposed IGA for a wildfire air tanker. Woo! Come on up, airport team.
I'm thinking Hallam Lake.
Thank
like,
you,
where are you gonna
Commissioners.
dip
We
in?
actually have a special guest with us as well. We have Jake Anderson from Aspen Fire.
Hi.
Thanks for having me.
So I'm just going to introduce
The
the team
honorable.
here.
So honorable commissioners.
We have Captain Treat with us from our airport fire department, as well as Jake Anderson, who can give a brief PowerPoint to you on something we've been working for a little over a year now, I think, putting this together for everyone.
Hello, everyone. Captain Treat from Sardifield Fire Department. I'm joined by Chief Anderson here. A short presentation for you all as to what we are looking to do.
Are you plugged in? Yes, seems to be working.
You called him chief.
Chief Anderson, yes.
He's down here as captain.
Oh, this is Captain Treat.
I'm the captain.
Oh, okay. But where is he on? He's not even on our list.
Just
You
say
are a
Jake.
special
Fine,
guest.
Jake.
I'm not going to make it weird, you know. All right, can you...
Honorable
There
Chief.
we
The
go.
honorable chief. That's where I got mixed up. There's no honorable there.
Alrighty, thank you for having us today. We are here to present an initiative between the Sardifield Fire Department, the Aspen Fire Protection District, and the City of Aspen to provide an extra layer of safety for our community in regards to wildfire. What we're looking to do is essentially open up our airport to state aerial firefighting resources so that they can refill with water here rather than having to fly elsewhere to do so. This would allow single-engine air tankers to easily refill with water here and increases the chance of stopping a fire from spreading in populated areas of the Roaring Fork Valley. One thing to note is the state does have sponsored tanker bases, primarily in Rifle and Grand Junction. But one of the issues with those is that they're only open for a certain time of the year. I think Rifle's only open for about 90 days of the year. So outside of that, what's going to happen is we'd have aircraft flying from the Front Range, dropping their retardant, and then having to fly back to the Front Range to reload. And that just isn't efficient. So what we're looking to do is talk about these. This is the aircraft that we're talking about. So one thing I wanted to mention is that we're not talking about bringing in the giant DC-10s that you might have seen on the news over in California. We're looking at nice, small, 800-gallon single-engine air tankers. Very capable aircraft that can get in and out of Aspen very, very quickly. So how it would work. Local wildfire would start. The seat aircraft would depart from the Front Range loaded with retardant. The Sardifield Fire Department and the Aspen Fire Department will be notified of incoming aerial resources. We would begin to prep a temporary tanker base here at Aspen Airport. The aircraft would fly in to the fire, drop retardant, fly to Aspen Airport, land, and then be refilled with water. They would fly back out and return as many times as they need, using water from the City of Aspen's hydrant system. So some things to note is the tanker base alone will have minimal to no impact on airport operations. These aircraft can get in and out. They are given priority since they are emergency aircraft. But overall, having them fly in and out isn't really going to have much impact to airport operations. We'll still be able to get commercial flights in and out, other aircraft in and out. Tanker base operations would not affect aircraft rescue firefighting availability. We would still be available to respond to any other aircraft emergencies. The wildfire itself may put the airport under a temporary flight restriction, which is something that happened during the Lake Christine fire. Because of area resources being used for the fire, it interrupted our approach corridor, and we had to do a temporary flight restriction. So in the event that that would happen again, these aircraft would still be able to get in and out and actually use the airport. We would still be an asset to the community. The tanker base would only be temporary, about 1 to 3 days, basically in what we call an initial attack phase. Anything longer term or more or larger in scale would be a completely separate arrangement. State resources or federal resources would approach the airport and you folks and say, hey, we want to sign a contract to use you on a larger scale. So this is just a initial attack, very temporary kind of thing. So roles and responsibilities, the Sardifield Fire Department would provide staffing for the tanker base. All of our firefighters would be trained to refill these aircraft and how to operate with them. We would track and record the amount of water supplied to the aircraft. We would submit the water to the City of Aspen, and we would also be responsible for notifying the City of Aspen when we are starting tanker base operations. The Aspen Fire Department is going to coordinate firefighter training with the Department of Fire Control and Prevention. They would supply the equipment for the tanker base, the hoses and the meters and things like that. And they would also provide additional staffing for the tanker base operations when they are available. So it will be kind of a joint partnership to actually service these aircraft. The City of Aspen would provide water for use in air tankers when they're able. It's obviously going to be dependent on demand on the system that day. But for the amount of water that we're talking about with these aircraft, I don't see that being a large impact on the water system. Their staff is going to receive the same training that we would in operating around these aircraft. And then they're also responsible for coming out and inspecting the water system when we do make a connection to it. So that's a brief overview of the entire agreement and the initiative between us.
And I think in your packet you'll see a letter of support in addition to that draft IGA that has gone before, I think, all legal entities between RAI for us, City of Aspen, as well as Aspen Fire.
I have a question. If that's
Yes,
okay.
go ahead.
Well, thank you. It seems like a easy yes, but when I watched the Lake Christine fire quite a bit, I was one of the people parked on the road and told later to move, but and I watched the planes come in and scoop water.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering, is this more efficient than scooping water out of Rudai, of course, depending where the fire is and everything?
Yes, I'll let Chief Anderson talk about the aircraft that are available to the state. Those aircraft are typically on contract with the federal government and take a little longer to get in. What's advantageous about the seat aircraft are that they are resources of the state of Colorado and are available to get out right off the bat. So what I would predict seeing is we would see the single engine air tankers get out the door real quick, start doing water, and then the big super scoopers would be coming in behind them to then supplement that as well.
I see.
Yeah, so we've had a couple different folks approach us about scooping type planes, and those have some advantages and some disadvantages. I would say, if we have a fire in this valley, something that has to scoop out of Rudai and then climb over that mountain to get out here, it makes it actually pretty inefficient.
I see.
As opposed if they can just land, taxi, refill, and head back out. And the state has 2 of these planes on contract for the majority of the year. They also have what's called CWN, which is call when needed. And if we're able to get 2 or 3 aircraft in the pattern, that's about as fast as you can use them. you know, especially if we're something in the upper valley and they're landing here, refilling back up in the air. And it was just, to be clear, this is only something we would have used once in the last decade, right? For Lake Christine, potentially. This isn't something that I hope we never use it. It seems like a common sense initiative to have the capability and to have, you know, especially if there is a TFR, that temporary flight restriction put in because there's aircraft operating in the flight path, you know, on an incident in the valley.
Yeah.
These guys are still at the airport anyway.
Yep.
And
So would this also be supplemental to, I mean, I'm thinking of the Grizzly Fire. Could it have been a supplemental resource for the Grizzly Fire?
Actually, yes.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, great, thank you.
Other questions? Patty?
What about fire retardant?
That would be covered under any kind of a longer agreement that the state or the federal resources would bring to you in that event. We would only supply water. We'd only have that capability. If there were a retardant base that would ever need to be set up, the teams would come in with their own resources for that, and then they would come to this board and to airport management as to say, hey, look, we want to use your airport for a retardant base. Can we contract and come to an agreement? So that would be a separate, and you guys would have the yes, no on that one.
So during Lake Christine, was it coming from Rifle or Grand Junction?
both, and even, you know, the VLAT, the very large air tank at the DC-10, that was, I'm not even sure where that was refilling out of, probably somewhere on the Front Range. And retardant has its own kind of slew of things that you have to manage, right? From
slew, like as in the story.
yeah, making sure that it's not getting into any water systems that it's not supposed to, and for a lot of our areas, water would be the preferred medium, anyways. It is not as effective, but it is safer for the other environmental concerns. And, you know, to his point, there are mobile retardant plants that can be ordered and set up within about a day. And so if we were going to have a protracted operation, again, that's a different conversation than this IGA, but that would be with the incident management team, you guys.
Well, I remember there was a comment from a woman who was impacted by Lake Christine, who said she was changing her favorite color to red.
What is retardant?
It's
a chemical compound.
Yeah, I'm trying to like make it not too complicated, but it's essentially fertilizer. And where it works is it works on the chemical reaction level, so that when it's wet, it's more effective. But it's actually effective even after it dries because it kind of interrupts that combustion process.
What do you mean fertilizer? Like potash and potassium and
no, it's
nitrogen?
Gosh, I'd have to look. There's different brands of retardant, but like Phos-Chek, I think, is one of the more popular ones. Without getting too complicated, that's really what it is. It's mostly fertilizers. It's relatively safe, but it's definitely not anything you want in the river. You know, and it does work on that. Are you familiar with the fire tetrahedron? You guys want to get nerdy? there's the fourth part of what helps a fire to burn is that sustained chemical reaction, and it works mostly in that piece of it.
Cool, thank you. I'm glad to know it's fertilizer.
Word of the
not
day,
Something
right there.
terrible.
Yeah, it's definitely red, and it definitely sticks.
Greg.
I was just surprised that 800 gallons is even, some people spend that much water washing their car out at the, at the ABC. I'm just thinking 800 gallons per load, just that seems so tiny. I was thinking bigger tankers dipping into lakes, but I certainly support doing this. And I'm just wondering, do we want to try to be proactive and initiate whatever it takes to create the mechanism for the retired at the same time, or next step? Just because I kind of want to be doing favors for people who are trying to put fires out. I'd really like to be proactive and seen as forward on this. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, and let's keep going.
Yeah, I think Chief Anderson and I have had some discussions on the future of this program. We want to start with, this agreement, doing water refills for state aircraft. But I think if this proves to be a successful program, we've talked about expanding it to maybe getting some federal air tankers and resources. Maybe even, doing something like providing retardant. So yeah, that's definitely something that we have been talking about and, we'd like to experiment with in the future.
Great,
Well, and,
thanks.
you know, and even with building, you know, as if there are changes at the airport, right? Something to think about moving into the future is setting up a pad that could be used in such a way that it could be used for a mobile retardant plant and address all those drainage issues and be proactively set up in that way. I don't think you'd want to really be in the business necessarily of like storing retardant and having that full year-round plant. That can be a big operation. But even just having a space set up that has the correct catchments, et cetera, could be something to consider.
Great, thank you.
As long as it doesn't require an update to the ALP.
That's what I said. I don't think that's on our ALP, but we could work that out.
Okay, do we have direction for them to bring
Great, guys.
forward an
Thank
IGA
you.
for our approval on this?
Thumbs up on
Yes,
me.
for me.
And you're right, hopefully we'll,
Thank you. With your approval, we will be back in March for that.
I know, I saw you on the agenda.
Appreciate you all.
Thank you to you guys for
coming.
considering things like this and for hiring such exceptional people that are open to these creative, proactive ideas, because it's not always common. So
Let us know if you
thank
need
you very
help.
much.
I'm wondering what the qualifications are for the pilots who have to fly these things, and we probably have a bunch of local pilots who'd love to get their rating to fly one of these things.
They're substantial. It's a lot of hours of mountain flying. It's
They're
a very
amazing.
different
Yeah.
type of aviation. So
They are great, great pilots.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, let's see if we can get through our admin business
Clay is here, if we
Yes,
want
but
us
our
to.
staff isn't, so we'll wait till 4:15. Let's go ahead and do future agendas.
Yeah,
Mr. Peacock.
just had,
Honorable Mr. Peacock.
wow. I don't know who that is. That's my dad's here or something.
Nobody's
but-
ever called him that before.
It was that bird in Scotland that I see a picture of.
right. Actually, I have a pretty light future agendas for you. I think the only thing that was talked about a little bit earlier today was potentially moving our site visit for Bayul from March 7th. I do not think we have a date certain, so it'd really just be canceling that and then rescheduling it at a more appropriate time.
Do you need,
Thank you.
do we need to weigh in on that, or do you just, I would vote thumbs up for that, yes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just
That's all I
rescheduled
need.
to go to the cast meeting that
Okay.
day, so.
Okay. That's really all I had for future agendas.
Thank you. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, John, this is just a little minor thing. On Tuesday, March 18th, work session, we should probably switch the Lincoln Creek work group to after both of the housing, so that we don't have staff coming in the middle. Just makes a better flow for Ashley. See that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, and okay, just as long as we group the housing, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we can't move the one housing issue. Thank you.
Okay. I let Jeffrey know this today. I'm going to be out for my kids' spring break at the end of March. So Monday or Tuesday and Wednesday that week.
For those of you that are watching, March 4th, the progress update on Buttermilk Concert Series. It's August 8th and 9th, and Casey Musgraves is playing. So come on, everyone's head popped up for that one. I couldn't name another band on the lineup. So.
I've never heard of that band.
Oh, she's country.
Who is it?
She's new
Casey
country.
Musgraves. It's called the Up in the Sky Concert Series.
Okay, well.
August 8th and 9th.
Well, they'll be here
Buttermilk.
next week when I won't be
Get
here
your
to give
locals
you an
ticket.
update, so we can be updated then. Because they're coming in next Tuesday.
So, I'm sorry, Patty, you'll be out next Tuesday, right?
Yeah, I'll be gone Tuesday.
Are there
Hopefully back
other-
Wednesday.
Yes. Let's see. What else? Anything else on future agendas, anyone?
Casey Musgraves, that's big news.
My son is going to Nashville on
Not
Friday
seeing any-
with a bunch
Oh.
of friends for his 50th
Okay.
birthday. They're
Well,
looking for 2
that's
nights
all.
to hang
How
out
about we
and
do
watch and
future
listen to me.
agendas?
We just did.
I'm sorry,
you're
open
done, open
discussion. You were right, thank you.
Go there.
Francie, I'll
I do
show
have
you,
one thing.
Francie, I'll show you the picture of the men's bathroom in that restaurant.
Okay.
It's all green and they reserve it
So
for
we can either
parties. It's
do,
so cool.
I have Rich on
It's in
for
Nashville.
open discussion to talk about the airport advisory board, or we can do Beavers, whichever you want.
Let's do
got-
open
I've
discussion.
got
We'll
one,
start at
two.
we'll do Beavers at 4:15 in case there are people who are.
All right, Rich, I'm gonna punt to you for the airport advisory
Wing
board
it.
discussion.
What?
I have something too.
For
Thank
open
you,
discussion,
John,
thank
and
you.
honorable commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you.
sorry I
As the
brought that
liaison to the Airport Advisory Board, I don't have any books to offer you that I could sign, which you've got a lot of good applicants ahead of you on P&Z, but I've done some emails and I'd be happy to sign those for you. Other than that, I just wanted to just brief you a little bit about the happenings with the Airport Advisory Board at our last meeting on Thursday. Charlotte's in the process of beginning to send out applications. It's that time again of the year. And both Jackie Francis and Meg Haynes have renewed their interest to renew, and they let the board know that. They're currently the chair and the vice chair of the group, and both have been assigned to committees. Jackie's on our SAF aviation, our sustainable aviation fuel side, and then Meg has been assigned kind of the liaison between staff and the airport advisory board on the terminal itself. So they've got some ongoing assignments, but they are renewals. And I think a conversation needs to be had if you still want to interview those two, or just accept them or not. But what has happened in conjunction with that is Auden Schindler did not re-up. And so he tendered his resignation from the board. And I just want to recognize Auden's contribution, just been amazing. And he said that he would stay on and help us through the terminal project on the environmental side. He was one of the two that were assigned by the board to help us in drafting the RFQ that went out. So he was involved in that. And then after the meeting, Barry Vaughn submitted his resignation. He felt that he had served his time. And again, we're going to recognize his work in starting up that safety ops committee. Just was a great contributor to that, but felt that with these openings and advertising, he wanted the board to have the opportunity to fill some positions, as he's looking at trying to step back a little bit more. So with that, with Auden stepping off, what the normal practice is that the alternates would move into those roles, and you have done that in the past. So Andrew Doremus is now the lone alternate, and so one of the options that you all have to discuss and eventually do with is that Auden would move in to fill
Andrew.
the
Andrew
role
would
that,
move in.
or I'm sorry, that Andrew would move into Auden's role to fill that. And that would leave the two alternate positions to be filled. And our bylaws state that the majority of the board has to be from Pitkin County, and then the alternates, at least one has to come from Pitkin County. So in this case, if you moved Andrew into that role, you would have two to fill alternates, and one could be within Pitkin County and the other outside of Pitkin County. So you do have some options there, but just wanted to brief you on all of that that's happening and see if there's any direction you want to give in advance so that Charlotte can begin to start setting up some of these interviews and in advance for you.
All right, Rich has proposed 3 things for us. Whether to interview Meg and Jackie or keep them in their spots, and whether to move Andrew into current alternate. Patty?
I have a question. So the open seat, regular seat would be Auden's, right?
Yeah.
That is the open seat now.
What
If
about
you
Barry
elected
Vaughn?
not to move.
He was an alternate.
Andrew in.
Oh, he was?
Yes.
I thought he was a regular.
He was head of the
The
safety
safety
task force.
but I thought
Yeah.
I thought we'd moved him up to regular, but no. Okay,
No.
thank you. Yeah, I'm good with just keeping Jackie and Meg where they are, and then looking to fill the alternate seats. We've got some interesting candidates.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
I was just thinking, I haven't seen Jackie and Meg in that capacity in quite a while, and I'd love it if they came in and talked to us for 15 minutes. I think I certainly support them and appreciate everything they've done, but it can't hurt to come and check in with us. So I'd certainly support having them come back in before we just rubber stamp it. I think that makes sense. Also, just regarding looking at new faces, if we're looking at new faces to put on that board, I think I brought it up in the retreat, is the criteria changed at all as we're pivoting toward terminal design? You know, what's our architectural bandwidth on that board? We want people who have that sort of background, or is there some other background that hasn't occurred to me that we might want to request for people to get on that board?
Well, I can jump in, and then John, if you want to also jump in here. I do know that they're going to be coming to you, forming some subcommittees whenever we start to really dig into the terminal side of things, where you could look to certainly bolster that. Mike Salons is on the board. He's done quite a bit of development and has some architectural knowledge as well that's currently on that board.
And Greg, I think Rich is right. I mean, we're going to be setting up some subcommittees, and that may be an easier time for the board to like form or bring people on with specific expertise
Subcommittees
to
that
inform.
board, so we'd have another stab at that.
Yeah, I think, the overall role of the Airport Advisory Board continues to be really honoring that vision committee document at the end of the day and the goals and such there. And so I would look at membership on the Airport Advisory Board through that lens, and then how you build support around them so that as they're making these big decisions, they have the right information at the table. But some of this is going to be reflecting community values and passions, and some of it's going to be bringing the facts and the technical expertise to the table. And so it's up to the board ultimately what the makeup of the AAB is and who should be on it for the questions in front of them. But I believe the Vision Committee recommendations are still fairly general in nature and kind of speak to community character and values that the community wants to be sure reflected within the airport project. And so I think just having community members that you feel can process and reflect that probably is your best option.
Thank you. Yep. It did occur to me, and then I'll let it go. Our interview today with Jack Cohen, who was interviewing for P&Z, I was thinking he looks like good subcommittee material to me, just with his finance and development and,
Jack?
that sort of thing. Jack.
Okay. Yeah. Other thoughts on the three recommendations that Rich posed, and then we'll move to Beavers.
Sure. I would not require further interviews with Meg or Jackie. I see Meg all the time, and I know where she's at on the airport and how passionate she is. But if you really want to, I would. But I feel like they've put in their time and they're worthy of being reappointed. I'm fine with Andrew being brought up to being a full member. He was originally anyway, wasn't he? And then he had a conflict and he dropped off. Then there wasn't room for him when he came back, so he came back as an alternate. So we've already kind of approved him as a member, so I'm okay with that too.
If he wants to.
That's it, right? Those are the three.
I attended a few of the AAB meetings last year, so I'm comfortable with the people that we're putting forward. So,
okay.
And I guess to Greg's point, in terms of potential missing domain expertise, less pilot, more transportation oriented, more ground transportation oriented. Sorry, that was Southern for ground transportation oriented. Is the only thing I could think of from a domain expertise standpoint that, I don't know if that's lacking on the board or not, but someone who's really thinking about the interconnectedness.
There's going to be a subcommittee on that too.
All right, I think you have your direction, and I support where that's going.
So are we going to interview or not?
We're not going to interview.
That's fine. I'm okay.
And we're going to put Andrew into out of his alternate seat. We're going to bump him up.
He wants it.
So I'm going to table open discussion, and we'll stick to our agenda and move on to our conversation about the Healthy Rivers Beaver Inventory with the Wright River.
I did have one thing that'll take less than a minute.
No, we'll come back to it because we
Okay.
have to review this letter as well.
Got it.
That's
Okay.
okay. All right. So I'd love to invite our Healthy Rivers team and Clay to come on up. Nice to see you all.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome
Of
back.
course.
Well, nice to see you.
Yeah. Yearly appointment. What do you want me?
Yeah.
Hi, Clay.
Hello
How you
there.
doing?
Plug it into there.
All right, tell us what those little guys are up to.
Yeah, this is
You know, my
easy.
big
This is
debate was
easy
whether
stuff.
30 minutes was going to be enough for this, folks. So we agreed in our agenda meeting that 30 minutes was going to be enough for this.
It's almost like a challenge when it comes to over discussion.
All right.
Yeah, so we thought we would come in and talk about something really upbeat and positive in our latest day and age here. Which one? You pick which one? Which one of these is it? Sorry.
That guy right there.
Okay, awesome.
And while they're getting set up, Lisa, I don't know if you've seen, but the Wild Robot, the books and the movie, the beaver is the real hero.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
So the movie came out this year. No, my kids, their one school book that the whole school reads is the Wild Robot.
I met the guy who animated that
Oh, cool! Wow.
a couple weeks ago at Bonnie's.
Set
It's a robot.
Oh really?
Set to win an
Yeah.
Oscar,
Bonnie's
isn't he?
A couple
I
weeks
mean-
ago.
Yeah, he was in town skiing, and he said, "Yeah, I did that animation."
We're getting a lot of good press these
I
days.
know, how
Beavers.
exciting.
Yeah.
Beavers are pretty popular.
Except for that poor guy.
Yeah.
Well,
He lived a long life.
I know. Okay, well, I'll just get us started off really officially real quickly here. I'm Lisa Tasker with the Picken County Healthy Rivers Program, joined here with by Lisa McDonald. And we are happy to have Clay Ramey come back to you guys and give you his full-fledged 2-year report now, 2 years worth of data. And give you a slideshow. He is the fisheries biologist officially for the Aspen Sopris District in the White River National Forest. And we engaged with Clay in 2022, started talking about this, got things going in 2023 with a collection agreement. He had interns on the ground for 2 summers. So this is what he has, his final collection of information and data and the story that he has to tell. So we're really excited to be here with him today when we're going to let him take it away. But one other thing I just wanted to remind everyone is that Clay is an inspiration for one of our characters here in our It's About Damn Time Beaver book. You just want to remind you can see some very close resemblance of him. I know you guys
I
all
take exception to that.
but he was the inspiration for this character. So anyway, thank
It could
you.
have turned out worse.
At least you weren't a badger, you know.
Yeah, they're kind of cool too. Okay, well, thank you guys for having me. And I'll try to, you guys have kind of heard some of this stuff before, so I might try to fast forward through some of it as I'm able. So dollars and cents, you guys gave us some money. So we spent $50,000 in 2023, the first year. We spent $50,000 again this past year. There's asterisk with Lincoln Creek. There was some Lincoln Creek money also, and that's not included in here. But I think you'll notice that the overwhelming majority of it went to salary of two staff, which I'm hoping that's what you were anticipating. So I hired 2 folks that this was all they did all summer. And they got a lot done because it's all they had to do all summer. And so anyway, I hope that looks more or less like what you thought it was going to look like. And we wouldn't have done all this with this degree of attention had you guys not paid for the staff to do it. So thank you again. That happens to be North Thompson Creek in that photograph as of, I don't know, September-ish.
That's a photograph?
It's from a drone, so it's actually like 40 or 50 photographs that are all stitched together.
Oh.
But that's we have places on the forest that are capable of looking like that, and I think there are more places that should probably look more like that. This sort of study design stuff you guys have all heard before, so the quick and dirty version is these were random points. So we put through random darts at the whole stream network in the upper Roaring Fork Valley, and we did that so that the information that we got was generalizable to the forest at large. And we drew this 100-meter circle around those points, and I looked at photographs very much like the one in front of you, and roughed out the percentage of that circle, the percentage of the area in that circle that was occupied by the veg that we were assuming was relevant to beavers. And so each of those points then has a percentage of veg associated with it. When the folks went out into the field and they went to that point, they had these estimates, the veg estimates in hand, and they either confirmed or modified those estimates. When you're standing there on the ground in 8-foot-tall willows, it's not a simple matter to decide how much willow is around you. And so this photo way was the way to do that seemed to work reasonably well.
Yes, Greg.
So randomly selected from just the riparian zones in the watershed, or like how do you parse it out of 1,008 square miles?
On a map, electronic map, we have a stream layer, which is an estimate of every single stream in the whole, all of them. And I can put estimated stream slopes onto each of that too. So I made an assumption that slopes over 10%, which is an arbitrary number, were unlikely to be used frequently.
Waterfalls.
So I whacked all those off. So that left a stream network that was less than 10% slope that was on the forest. And I told the map to draw a point every 100 feet along those linear features, which generated thousands and thousands of points. So you put that in a spreadsheet, give all those random numbers, sort them from big to small or small to big or whatever it was, and take the top 200. And so then you look back on the map, and they're just random. If I pick where I'm going to go, it becomes a test of my assumptions about where I should go,
right.
And that's not what we're after.
Got it. Interesting. Thank you. That's
And
enough
so
for that, but thank you.
Some landed on top of beaver dams.
Right, which is remarkable.
And some did not. That landed on not very beavery terrain. But that's okay, because we were trying to sort of draw some sideboards around what that was exactly.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Is beavery a technical term?
I've used it more and more.
We're coming up with all kinds of
Such
those
a popular
today,
word.
aren't we?
Yeah, well, it's useful. So this is 2 years worth of running around. So this was a random sample of 350,000 acres and 15 hucks, 66 streams. This summer we just had 2 folks. Last year, you'll recall, we had more like 5, and 2 of them at any given time went and did it. But anyway, this year, these 2 just beat all this up. So we surveyed almost 300 sites. 17% of those random dart throws, there were beavers obviously living at that point, and living, so not a footprint, but like they're there. And I thought that was a pretty impressive number.
Yeah, that's cool. Good to know.
There are we found beavers currently living in 11 out of the 15 hucks. So it would seem that they're sort of sparsely distributed, but widely distributed. And that truck you bought 15,000 miles worth of driving it, which is why it cost $8,000 or whatever it was. So widely or sparsely distributed. We had a beaver sign, which was like a less certain metric than occupation. Occupation was a high standard. Like, we had to believe that there was a beaver that lived at that place. And so beaver sign was just a lower rung. Like, we found tracks, we found sticks, we found some evidence that a beaver was there. And so we found sign at a third of the sites in all the hucks, which is good. It goes to this spatial distribution idea that they're spread out all over the upper watershed. We found several watersheds that had past sign and no new sign, which would suggest that there used to be more beaver in more places than there are now. So that was an assumption that we had, and it seems that that was a good assumption.
It couldn't have been that they migrated.
They could have. They could
So
have.
they might
just-
not have been more, could have been the same ones living in a different place?
Maybe. They tend to inhabit the same places over and over again because just like we do. The reason that, you know, there's a house in the place with a good view is because there's a good view there and everyone goes there. And the beavers are kind of the same deal. So it's possible they moved.
Great analogy.
Maybe. I don't know. Sorry.
If they've got a good view from their
Grasping for
beaver
straws.
dam, their lodge, they're not going anywhere.
And these tables are, you know, they're sort of not very readable, but the gist was when we could slice these data into piles statistically, and occupied were just all the sites that a beaver lived there. They used to live there, they live there now, they just got there. And unoccupied was that there has never been a beaver there so far as we're able to tell. And when I gave it that sort of arbitrary distinction, the numbers associated with those are statistically different, which is to say there's a very small chance that those two groups are actually not different, which is convoluted, but that's statistics for you. So the point is, on these vegetation metrics, the places where we found beavers had more willow than the places that we did not have beavers. More aspen, more alder. Cottonwood was not a habitat type that we find very frequently on the forest, just geographically. But where we found them, there were beavers there. So think about the mouth of Snowmass Creek, the mouth of Maroon Creek. Those things are all full of cottonwood, and there's beavers in all those places. And conifer, I'm sorry?
I was just saying that was interesting. Where the cottonwoods were, there were beavers.
Yeah. And yeah. And the conifer was sort of, because of this circle, you know, method that I described, these are zero-sum things. So if you have a lot of one thing, you necessarily have less of the other things. And so this conifer sort of viewed as sort of the negative of desirable veg. And so our survey folks in all their travels pointed out that they never saw they never found a conifer tree that a beaver chewed down, not once. They never found them in dams or anything like that. And so I think that the absence of conifer is more a reflection of the presence of these other things that.
Why is that they don't like the sap?
It depends where you live.
Tough
And
to
so if
chew.
they live in, you know, I don't know, Minnesota, maybe there's more conifer around. But the beaver here, yeah, they don't eat them. And there's probably, you know, has to do with the carbon to nitrogen ratio of the cambium of the tree. I'm a fish guy, I don't know that to be the case. But they like to eat aspen.
What are you
and
doing
they like to
studying
eat
beavers if you're a fish guy?
Well,
Well, it's all related. That's a good
I don't answer that question.
Yeah, he can't answer that right now.
You gotta
Yeah.
dance with the one that brung you. I think
Yeah,
we
that's
brought that
exactly
up
right.
before.
We're going to go with that.
And this is, you know, another not very readable table. But so these are these hucks, watersheds. And there's only including the ones that we surveyed more than 10 times. If you're doing things like averages and you have a little weensy number, the averages are no good. So more than 10 was just an arbitrary number. But the point is there are differences. Some watersheds have more beavers than others. And so if you sort of go down that list with Headwaters Snowmass Creek at the bottom of it, 70, we only went to 12 sites. 9 out of 12, like it was obvious that a beaver had been there recently. So, which is to say they're
Can
common
I ask a
there.
question on this one?
Uh-huh.
Thompson Creek is really an outlier for how many sites you surveyed there. Why is that?
It is. For one thing, we didn't include Thompson Creek last year in the initial survey. For one thing, because it's not in Pickens County. and we had 300 some odd thousand other acres to look at. So we did that. And in the course of our travels, we decided that we should probably pay more attention to Thompson Creek. And so I put a bunch of sites in Thompson Creek, and I was on a detail in the spring not doing this work. And so when I said, here's your list of sites, they went to Thompson Creek and did every single one of them. Wow. So there's a lot of sites in Thompson Creek.
Yeah, 45 dams.
But it's kind of there's not a super good reason for that. Other than this North Thompson Creek is right over the hill, it's in Thompson Creek. At any rate, it was the area we were interested in, so we got samples there.
Okay.
Where's Deeds Creek?
Deeds Creek is way up the headwaters of the Frying Pan, and it drops into Chapman.
So it's above Lime? Isn't Lime Creek up there?
Yeah, it's more or less in the neighborhood of Lime Creek, and it enters the Frying Pan River from the south, where Lime Creek drops down from the north.
Right.
Same.
It comes over from Eagle County and drops in.
Lime Creek, yes.
Yes, Greg.
Just looking at Cattle Creek.
Mike.
Thank you. Cattle Creek, I think, cuts right through Three Meadows, our recent open space acquisition with Eagle County. I believe that is on Cattle Creek. And so if you're looking at beavers in there, it's nice to see that we've got something going on there.
Up on the forest, it is lousy with beavers,
okay.
Which is good. There are lots of them. As you get further down onto what used to be private, apparently now it's open space, you might find that the riparian corridor is less robust than it probably was in the past.
Right.
So you may or may not find beavers in there now, but that very much would be the kind of place that would have been a string of beaver ponds all the way
Might be in the
to
future.
the forest. Well, some of these things are modifiable. So yeah, you might consider looking around what's there and see if there's not something you want
It's
to
probably
do.
a little bit upstream of the property, but I'm not sure. It looks like it. Interesting. Thanks.
Maybe we can discuss relocation of beavers.
Exactly.
And management plan.
It's the cows that ruined the habitat.
That's my impression is if there's food and the structure of the stream channel is within the realm of what they can deal with, they will go there, as all good rodents will. This was physical habitat stuff. Elevations changed, and I think that may have been confounded by another statistical term that you probably don't care about. Channel slopes, bankful widths. So relative to the forest, which you'll recall is on the top of all the mountains, like lower, wider, flatter were the hot spots. If you did the same survey on the valley floor, you would call that higher, narrower, steeper. So you have to take into account what this is relative to. And so I did there was a statistical model where the probability of beaver at a site was the outcome, sort of 0 or 1. And so in that model, the more willow there was, the more aspen there was, and the flatter the stream and lower the elevation, the higher probability of beaver. So that was all consistent. This year, one thing that we noticed that we did not notice last year because our sample sizes were half as big was that there's a grazing effect to vegetation. So again, these are random darts thrown. As it happened, more or less half of those random darts were within grazing allotments on the forest. And in this neck of the woods, that means cattle. We have sheep in other parts of the forest, but here we have cattle. And the other more or less half were outside of grazing allotments. And so when we looked at the effect of the spatial distribution of beavers, this grazing versus no grazing, there was no effect. So that little table at the top, like those are all just random numbers. There's no pattern there. So, which is to say that beaver occupied grazing and ungrazed places more or less as they were available. So there was no reason to believe they were choosing one or avoiding one or anything like that. But when we looked at vegetation, there was a vegetation effect. So within grazing allotments, there was 7% less willow in each of those circles than there was outside of grazing allotments. I might have just said that backwards. There was less willow in grazing allotments than there was outside of grazing allotments. And there were more aspen in grazing allotments than outside of allotments. And that may be less causative relationship as to sort of terrain. So the kinds of places that we issue grazing permits for, they're not all 50% slope, conifer, steep, awful stuff. So it may be that the kinds of places that are amenable to cattle grazing also happen to be the more mixed kind of country that we find aspen in. But, and so when I ran this linear model again with beaver sign, again, just some sign of beaver as the outcome, taking grazing into account, sites with more willow, more aspen, and no grazing, and lower elevation and slope, like we saw before, had a higher probability of finding beaver sign there. So this is useful information to us because we have a range program and we try to measure things that are important and see if they're changing or high or low or getting better or worse or what have you. And so this gets this issue sort of on the radar. Secondly, all this means that we use to do all this, the random darts, drawing circles, the statistical tests, we can use that again. So now if range personnel says, well, here on this allotment, I don't know if I have, do I have a lot of willow or not a lot of willow? Now I have a way to answer that question, and I have some context to evaluate the number. So before, if the number comes back 11%, well, I don't know, is that good, is that bad? Now we have some other numbers to compare it to, which is helpful. I'm just gonna hope that's not bad news. This is,
It says the Zoom is
maybe
connecting. Oops.
we'll just kill
It's
that.
having a Zoom
I'll let you do
issue.
that.
I'll have to restart it.
Do you have your presentation? We have your slides.
Yeah, you have a paper copy? Well, so the next one is this green and yellow stuff.
That works. Page
You're
203.
Overhead projector.
Or 10 of his presentation.
So that green and yellow,
I think maybe the internet's not working.
oh, we're waiting on that too.
Tell you one interesting sort of piece, that aspens are Populus tremuloides and cottonwoods are Populus also. They're Populus angustifolia, other types of cottonwoods as well. So they're the same genre. So there's a little bit of an interesting tidbit there. That's why beavers like cottonwoods and aspens pretty equally. And they'll go after aspens where there are no cottonwoods and be just as happy as if they had cottonwoods. Kind of an interesting aside.
Young cottonwoods, I'm assuming. Big
Pardon?
cottonwoods would be a little intimidating for beavers.
Yeah, it depends.
They're
And that's
pretty ambitious.
Yeah, I have
sometimes.
I've seen them go after the big ones.
I have seen them take out a ponderosa pine that is massive in some of my field work, which is a very sticky sap and not typically a tree that they would ever go after. So you never know what can happen when you're out there. But anyway, they wouldn't perhaps choose it specifically if they had other things to choose. I can bet money on that probably. But there's some fun facts like that. Huh, we've got some technology.
Yeah, I think maybe our internet is not working because
Something.
it's not working.
You can just keep talking to us.
Sunspots, solar flares.
Grassroots, are you still working? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, do you guys have this paper copy sitting in front of you?
Yes.
Well, that's good enough.
Well, they have it on their computers, and I don't have a computer in front of me, so just keep talking. I'm good.
Me too.
Kelly, you're still on Zoom, just so you know, we've got you on Zoom still.
Okay, good.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, what's the yellow and green?
It's more of this grazing versus not grazing stuff on willow. So each of those bars you're looking at, they're all statistically different from one another. So places that are grazed by cattle had less willow than places that were not. And the places that we did not find beavers that were outside of cattle grazing allotments had willow, like maybe enough. So that could represent underutilized capacity. And the place that we found beavers that were grazed, they had a tiny bit more willow than what this inventory would suggest as a minimal amount. So it may be that they're like just getting by. And so this veg effect, thank you, good save, might maybe a contributing factor to restricted distribution these days.
That's interesting.
Well, and we didn't, last year, we didn't have
Restricted
enough.
distribution of the allotments?
I'm sorry?
Restricted distribution of the allotments? Is that-
The distribution of beaver. It may be that they're not as spread out, or that they're not as, the populations aren't as big as they used to be because they're food limited.
But it didn't seem like
possible.
the cattle themselves, from your observations, were a deterrent to beavers living in a certain allotment.
There wasn't any evidence of that. And so the places that they lived were not, there was no relationship to grazing there. But it was just to this veg component.
I don't know, Francis. It seems to me that it's time to get out of the cattle business and into the beaver business.
I just got a hat yesterday. Speaking of
Cowboy
beavers.
hat, beaver hat, a beaver.
That cowboy hat, made for me.
Beaver?
Well, I was
It's
going to
being
say,
made.
we might, maybe we can develop a local
being
local
made.
local beaver hat market.
I actually chose Nutria because I was so worried about beavers being killed for hats that I chose Nutria as
Well, that's if
Thanks,
you're
Francie.
if you're producing
Try it.
enough
Try it.
beavers, you can do a hat every now and again. But
I want to see.
or
it.
not.
It's like Perry Will wearing a
And so then we, looking at our this veg data, we can go back through all these random sites that I have and basically find how many of those sites meet these habitat conditions that we've associated with beaver. And so I did that. And this, obnoxious table is a summary of that. So, all the way down at the bottom is back to this Mill Creek, Cattle Creek watershed. So we only had 19 sites there, but 47% of them seem to have the veg that the beavers utilized, and 21% more of the sites had evidence that beavers used to be there. So, and 58% of the sites we went to, there was a beaver living there right there. And so Mill Creek and Cattle Creek up on the forest is like, we probably need not chase a restoration project there as far as beavers go, because they're fat and happy and doing fine. Some of these other ones, maybe I didn't summarize here, but so Thompson Creek and 4 Mile Creek sort of caught our interest. 4 Mile Creek is kind of, just a little shy of the bottom of the list there. We got 38 sites in 4 Mile Creek, which is a reasonably dense sampling. About a quarter of the sites seem to have the right kind of veg. 61% of the sites, it was obvious that beavers used to live there. So there used to, and only 3% of sites were occupied right now. So there used to be a whole lot of beavers in 4 Mile Creek, and there are not now. And so that got on our list of a place that we could potentially intervene and improve that situation. This was another, this BRAT model is a model of everywhere that beavers used to be. And so this is back to this idea that we make assumptions about, well, we used to have more beavers, now we have less. That's actually, that's real. And so what this is showing, all the way, that difference on the right, the stream
segments that had less than 2 dams per kilometer, which is to say more than 0 beavers, but not very many, that group of streams grew by a quarter since the past. And this is, I don't know what Brad's past is, but it's past. And the stream segments that had 2 to 5 dams kilometer, so sort of medium density, they declined by 9%. And the stream segments that had more than 5 dams kilometer, which was the highest measure that they used, dropped by 14%. So the frequency of stream segments with just a few beavers is the one that went up, and the others all went down. This is another unreadable map. This is this brat idea. So the really bright green are the places that had the really high densities, and red is very low density.
Of willow or beavers?
Of beavers.
Okay.
And so if you look at 10 o'clock, that's 4 Mile Park and Thompson. There's a whole lot of green up there. If you look at, East Maroon Creek, Capitol Creek, Snowmass Creek, that's a lot of real steep country. Like that was just not, there's not going to be an 18% slope somewhere.
Are they not affected by altitude?
They don't, if there's food, we found beaver sign at 11 something or other. So
That's a high beaver.
yeah, they do not seem to care about that, provided there's food. And we found them at lower elevations, but like I was saying, last year we measured bankful width, which is the width of the banks, but we did not measure a valley floor width, and so that is correlated with the elevation. So as you go down the mountain ever further, the valley gets wider and wider and wider, the stream gets flatter and flatter and flatter, gets more bends. That's all as primo habitat. And so I think when our statistics said that they were at lower elevation, I think what that was probably indicating was that they're down in those big, really wide valley floors. And so anyway, I could have measured that, but I didn't. But my point is that there are some, you see differences in places that used to have a lot of beaver and were suitable, and otherwise. So in part informed by doing all this inventory, we decided that 4 Mile and Thompson Creek, Middle Thompson Creek specifically, were in poor condition, and that we could probably make them in better condition, and we could store more water in both of those headwater watersheds. So far as I can tell, neither of them are storing any water at all. It snows, it melts, water leaves. If it doesn't rain, they go dry. Like, that's that. But we found evidence of there used to be beaver ponds all through all of those things, which would have stored great gobs of water. And so trying to push it back towards that condition is not inventing some new condition. It's nudging it back towards what it used to be anyway. We're partnered up with the National Forest Foundation, who has some money for this type of purpose. And so they hope to buy a NEPA product that we're trying to scale at the scale of the forest. So this NEPA product will be for this type of work and this type of place instead of these specific places.
Interesting.
And that means if we find somewhere else on the forest and I can write a piece of paper that says this place is not different than this other thing that was already analyzed again, or already analyzed, then we don't need to analyze it again. We can just do it, which is better than the way we often do things.
Because you can actually get it done.
I'm sorry?
Because you can actually get it done.
Yeah, because we can do it. Or if you guys are like, hey, here's $100,000, and I say, I'll call you back in 3 years, like that's not a very good sales pitch. So if we can have these things on the shelf already, we can do more stuff.
So can I ask real quick, is Harris Sherman with the National Forest Foundation?
I don't know.
I'll find out,
don't know
because he's a good local guy, and he has access to some funds, and I will check in with him.
Well, what do you think about beavers? Yeah.
I'm just going to ask him if he will give us some money.
Are you going to talk about how you would do that?
In
like analog beaver analogs kind
Yeah,
of thing.
and I don't have a good picture of it, which I guess I should have brought. But yeah, it would be the sort of general principle with this is this sort of process-based design. So the streams used to have a lot of willow, so they had a lot of beavers, which made for a lot of beaver dams and ponds structure in the stream. So when we ate all the veg and lost all the beavers, the stream just downcuts. And so now it's basically in a ditch. So because it's lacking physical structure. And it's out in a park. It doesn't, like, trees don't fall in it. It's out in the middle of the open. And so things like beaver dam analog, these fake beaver dams, and things like that would be what we would be after. To try to slow water down enough to grow more veg, which then stabilizes the stream banks, which stores more water, and then you get beavers in there on purpose or otherwise, and then you're in a positive feedback loop instead of a negative feedback.
It grows more willows because you have more habitat
Yeah.
that can sustain, that kind of riparian vegetation.
So anyway, that's what we aspire to get done up there.
And you guys know the National Forest Foundation is a Walton family foundation.
Yeah, I think there's a connect. Oh.
Yes.
So, do you have plans in place to start work this summer?
No. Or we have plans, but we're implementing them as we're able.
Got it.
We understand.
Other questions? This is so exciting and really
love
cool.
it.
And sustains no matter, right? Are there other questions for Clay or Lisa and Lisa on this?
I'll send you a picture of my 5-year-old grandson with his pink and white beaver hat on. He loves it.
Not made out of beavers, made out of.
No, it's just a regular ball cap.
Product.
Sorry, Francie, it's not a beaver cowboy hat.
Right. Cool.
Well, thank you guys again.
This
that's,
is cool.
It's
Thanks,
useful
Clay.
information to have.
Will one of the folks who did this work use this data for a master's thesis or anything like that?
Well, it occurred to me it may actually be publishable, and a lot of journals don't publish. This is what you would call observational study because we didn't do an experiment, but because there's not a lot of literature about just inventory, what is where on the national forest, for example. It can be helpful to other people in other places who maybe they know what they have and they can compare it to our numbers, or and so that's within the realm of that makes it more useful because it makes this data available to other people. And secondly, we already knew there's literature going back to the 1930s about what beaver eat. So we know that. This veg estimate stuff that we got from the forest, we don't have any other way to get that. And now we have some where we had none before. And so we have spatial layers at the forest that are models of veg conditions, but they're not very good. And they don't account for riparian veg, or not in this not to a useful way. And so that veg component in the spatial distribution bit, we wouldn't know that. And so if we just started doing BDA projects, and someone said, why are you spending my tax money on that? We would go, because we like beavers. And that's not really wrong, but that's not a very good argument. Where now we can say, well, because this is a good place, that's a bad place, so we're doing it here.
Is there any hypotheses why in Thompson Creek or 4 Mile, why that landscape changed?
Yeah.
I think they're just big open parks. And so back
did people cut down those trees? Did they, was it for
There's
grazing?
grazing. It's
You
grazing.
just pushed them up the road in the spring and you left them there and then you went and picked them up later. And so this was 100 years ago. This wasn't like last year's grazing.
Yeah, sure.
And even that North Thompson, that beavery picture,
North
They're
Thompson.
there because the whole toe of that hill slope are all new aspen. They're all 6 foot tall aspen. And it gets grazed. But so it would seem that we are grazing it, but we're grazing it in such a way that is allowing new aspen to come up. So a lot of this entrenchment, or what has resulted in these incised streams, is highly likely that that happened many years ago. And these big open parks were wet and green and full of food. And so if you don't want to walk uphill, you want to eat a lot and have water, like that's where you go.
Sounds like a cow.
Well, the good news is that, you know, because of his study, he did figure out to focus on 4 Mile and Middle Thompson Creek, and that he can better explain and his reasoning for focusing in those areas to potentially, you know, do some of these beaver analogs. So that's really helpful, and it's really exciting for the Healthy Rivers program for Pickens County, because we want to know where we can be helpful to and where we may be able to, you know, climb on board and with support. So yeah, so it's all pretty exciting that it's gotten to this, and it's gotten to being able to focus on some really specific areas that could use some attention and maybe do some demonstration projects. And I mean, we won't go into all that, but that's kind of a really, you know, that's a happy ending for right now. And and obviously Clay's still waiting on some other things, and there's lots more to do. And National Forest Foundation's involved. We're involved. We'll see what happens. I don't know if you want to add on to that, but I just wanted to give a little bit of a plug real quick.
Thank you. Yeah, Francie.
I had a question about whether your people were able to observe other species and collect any other data while they were out and about.
No, they didn't. And the idea, when we started this last year, I chose to try to get as many cursory samples from as many places as possible, rather than do more thorough samples at a smaller number of places.
Okay.
They were both, the girls that did it this year were both wildlife biologists by training. And so, you know, I guess they didn't write that stuff down, but that's the way they look at the world when they're out in their travels. But no, they didn't have any particularly remarkable observations. So no, to answer your question.
I would say that there's some pretty, I mean, looking at when I went out once with them last year, and we were up where there were boreal toad tadpoles, and this was an old beaver site that had filled in, but it was ponding and is one of, I don't know, what nursery site, what is it called?
The toads breed there.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah.
I mean, so those were the kind of fun things for me that were sort of an ancillary. Since you asked, Francie, that was pretty exciting. I mean, there were thousands of them. It was pretty cool.
Well, that's, I forget what there's a number that wildlife people throw around, like the percentage of native wildlife that use riparian areas. And it's like 80. It's all of them.
Yeah, it's
yeah, everything.
80, 90.
Nothing doesn't use
Yeah.
a big wet park.
Question?
Please.
So do we have any idea, can you extrapolate how many beaver we have in our watershed?
No, I can't. But I haven't tried. And so there may be.
That's the first thing I'd be talking to you about over a beer.
Yeah, no, I know. I knew it was going to come up.
Yeah, how many do we used to have? How many do we have now?
I don't know how to take
Watch
that.
it along the way.
Well,
can they be fired from a cannon or dropped from an airplane?
That's been done.
I know.
In
that,
fact,
yeah.
there may be population models that I could take a stab at, and looking at. There's some other tools. What you call? It's not
DNA?
BRAT, but no. Looking at the physical footprint. So if I don't know if you've ever seen LiDAR imagery, but it's
Sure.
You know, it's accurate to about that big. In any little nick in the ground, it's very obvious. So digitally, you slick off all the vegetation, so you can look at bare earth. So it's like a really good topographic map. You could look through that thing and find everywhere there used to be a beaver pond. And so then you could go, well, we used to have this many ponds, and you can go to the literature and make assumptions. They did a
giant inventory in Rocky Mountain National Park in the 1950s or 60s. And they decided there were 6 beavers in every beaver lodge or something. So everywhere they found a lodge, they multiplied by 6 and they came up with a number. So we could do an exercise like that, but I didn't. Again, my interest is the productive capacity of the landscape. And so we still have tons of known unknowns. We don't know how many we have. Are they growing? Are they declining? We can look at, do we have more dams or fewer dams? We could get at it that way. But as for but I don't know what numbers are.
Well, I'd like to propose that we present ourselves as a beaver forward community.
We are a beaver
I
forward.
think you have.
And I'm going to move us forward. I knew a half hour was not going to be enough. But as always, delightful and riveting. Thank you.
Well, good. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Glad to have the opportunity.
Thank you. It's always so much fun when you're here.
No.
Yes,
good.
Clay, you're fun, Clay, no question about
I
it.
don't always get that.
Love it. We love it. We need that at the end of the day.
It's in the book.
Yeah.
It's about damn time. I mean, come
Okay.
on.
Let's.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming.
Very
Nice
much.
to see you. All right, I think we have a couple more open discussion items. Greg had one. We have a letter in front of us.
Yeah.
It looks like we have another
There's
letter.
another letter. Yeah, that one came from me also. So there's 2. There's one in front of us and one being handed out. The handout's very quick. A number of groups are putting an ad in the paper on Friday expressing support and gratitude to public land managers. And they wanted to know if we would sign on. And I said, certainly, personally, I'd love to sign on, but it's really for organizations, businesses, and governments to just to sign in a gesture of support for land managers. And the text is right there. Text of the ad.
It's a letter, okay. I guess you
Well, it'll be
guys
an
heard about
advertisement. It'll be
Scott.
Yeah, this will be an advertisement in the paper. So.
Resigned.
So they're publishing this ad on Friday. They need to know by tomorrow if we want to include ourselves in it. So I would ask the board to say yes, and I would.
It doesn't say elected officials on here.
Oh, the text.
But when it says, there's one thing that says, our community loves you.
It says local nonprofits, outdoor-based businesses, and ranches.
Right, and we could certainly be a part of that.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't like fragmented sentences in the midst of a letter.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're signing, but.
I'm not sure which one we're talking about.
There's an advertisement, a text of an ad. That's why it may be
Yes,
fragmented.
there's,
Signed by
there's
Will?
another text here, and there's another text here, and there's another
Yeah,
line
then
there.
there's a letter on the backside. Text.
Yeah.
That's probably part of just the chain of
No, it says text.
ad dates. What you've got is what they sent to the paper and the text of the ad. So you've got it a couple of times.
Okay. Well, I'd sign it.
I still don't know which text we're
I
signing.
think they're the same.
Here is the text
They're
of the
the
ad.
same.
It says-
If you look at the italicized one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're the
that's-
same.
Okay,
that's
there it is,
that's
our
it.
community loves you.
It's hard to tell at first, but they are the same.
Okay.
Thumbs up
You've
for
heard
me.
from 4 of us.
It's fine. I mean, I'm sure
Very
we'll hear back from people who say, I'm part of the community and I didn't agree that I love the public lands managers. But I'm okay with it.
Well, we always hear that,
Can we
right?
sign in Beaver Lovers?
What?
If you wish to.
I wasn't trying to be funny.
Okay, the other letter
Okay,
that,
then there's another letter.
So do you have the direction you need? This doesn't come back to me.
Yes, Greg, I'm not quite sure how to execute on
Other
this.
than say, contact Will Roush, I guess.
Can
I
you
do it.
contact Will?
Yeah,
for-
I can contact him and say,
I'm
yeah, we're
still
in, what do you
unclear.
need?
You can clarify
think-
with Jeffrey if he's signing on or not, because I'm not clear.
I think it's just gonna say Pitkin County.
Pitkin County.
you can't speak for every,
I mean, the Pitkin County Commissioners.
This board can decide on the behalf of Pitkin County to support this ad. That's all it is, to sign the ad, just like we do in so many other letters.
we usually sign at Picking County Commissioners.
Yes, we don't
Okay,
sign
that works
Pitkin
too.
County. We sign Pitkin County Commissioners.
Well then, okay.
Well, that's 2 very different things. I have
I
a
think
problem
we
with just
represent
signing
the county.
Pitkin County.
If we're gonna argue over it, I'm not gonna
County
sign
commission-
it.
You're driving this
Picking
bus.
County Commissioners, you can
Yes.
add our individual names.
if they're.
I don't
if
care
they
about
do.
individual names, but I just
Just
Okay.
put
Are
Pickett
you
County.
on board for this, dude?
I'm not.
Why not?
I think this is a time to keep your head down and not take out full-page ads in the paper.
This says it. This says
I
it
think there's too
very
many moving
softly. I
parts.
think.
I think
still
I would
think
have
we
thought
wanna
the same,
meet
but
with-
it's very, as Patty says, it's
Yeah, I think it's pretty innocent, though.
it's
Not like
supportive. It's not. We're
we
It's
hate
not like
the
your other
people who have
quotes.
stopped
Right.
funding or anything. It's just a thank you note to the managers of public lands. That's all I see.
Okay.
You have
all
four
right.
of us.
Yeah. Okay. We're moving forward on that one. Great.
Okay.
Letter to Honorable Brooke Rollins.
So this is another generalized letter, really just kind of highlighting the importance of, again, particularly federal land management agencies in Pickens County and those resources in Pickens County. It was written to be soft, again, in terms of not necessarily striking a partisan tone, but really just highlighting the importance of these resources in our community. Francie's already provided some suggested revisions to me, but just wanted to get a sense from the board if you'd support the chair signing on to a letter like this. There are some obvious corrections and clarifications I think that need to be made.
I don't have a problem, but just having Gary's letter here that kind of covered so much of it. This is the original letter that Gary sent.
Yeah, Gary drafted
I mean,
this
we're,
one too.
I know we need to drive our point home again and again and again, but yeah, I don't wanna, yeah. I mean, our senators are on it big time. So, which I will thank them for when I see them.
I just wrote them a letter today thanking them for that.
Yeah,
That's nice.
I will see them on Monday or Tuesday.
Well, maybe since Jeffrey doesn't want to sign that, we should just have our individual names that say Pickens County Commissioner on the previous
So we're
one.
going back to
I don't think they're going to do that. They were kind of looking for
A government entity
I
thing.
think they were.
Will?
We had 4 votes in favor of doing it.
Well, we don't vote in a work session,
That's
first of
true.
all.
4 thumbs up. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't know if Will would care.
Well, we'll see. I'll just send it to him.
Okay. Well, so in terms of the letter to Brooke, I'm fine with it as long as it's written better. Sorry. Like you say, she might never look at it, but somebody might.
Who wrote this?
Gary wrote it.
Gary did.
Gary wrote this one and this one? This is his first one.
Both of them.
I've only seen one.
Written very differently.
Yeah.
Well, I've only seen one, and
You saw the other one. It came when we were drafting our own letter. It came out
when we were
December of-
drafting our own letter.
This one was October 24th of 2024.
Which date?
October 24th of 2024.
What was that letter about?
Gary wrote it to the Forest Service about Forest Service employees.
Oh, about the employees?
Mm-hmm.
For the county?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
No, well, yeah, that was one of the issues. That we're,
Well, the thing is that we still have 2 of those employees. Kevin, after we went to Washington, Kevin got the news that he could hire them, and he hired 3, and 2 of them are still with us. One of them chose to take advantage of the you can quit now and get paid till September situation. And then they thought that wasn't going to apply because he wasn't paid by the Forest Service. He was paid by Pickens County. But then it turned out he is actually available for it. So he apparently is pursuing that. The other 2 are still with us. So that's why that needs to be worked a little bit.
yeah, I don't know
Thinking about
how
what
he would be getting paid continuous from the Forest Service when they never paid him, ever. That's
So
interesting.
we're asking for something that we're
I'm
not
just
clear
telling
we
you what
need to
Kevin
ask
told me,
for.
and I think he's looked into it quite a bit, so. Right now, they're saying they're gonna pay him until September, the Forest Service, which is kind of weird, as Kevin put it, because he was not paid by the Forest Service at all,
Sure.
but now So it didn't cost the Forest Service anything. Now they have to pay them for doing nothing. It's pretty crazy.
Sorry, I want to look to John. He's about to jump in. I'm a little confused on this letter now.
Yeah, so I think the letter's goal was kind of twofold. Again, to re-highlight, Patty, I think to your point, the fact that where local funding is being provided, that the Forest Service reconsider their position of cutting positions because there's no real cost savings.
Apparently that didn't happen according to Francie's conversation.
According to Kevin, so I guess that Gary
Well,
should maybe talk to Kevin.
Time out, guys. So two different things. Prior to the latest Office of Management and Personnel actions to start cutting federal workforce, there was a previous effort where the forest had believed that it had received direction that we couldn't rehire the temporary employees. We went to DC, that was clarified, the positions were not necessarily eliminated. However, since that time, there's new direction. I think it's also confusing for folks that anyone who's on a probationary period, and the federal government, probation works differently. If you are promoted or you are rehired or any of that, you're on a probationary status. And there's been some confusion about whether people can come on board or not. There have also been layoffs within the federal land management agencies. I think our goal is kind of twofold, to suggest that the reductions in workforce be reconsidered where critical and safety issues are involved, and also where local jurisdictions, and we aren't the only local jurisdiction that partners to fund positions with the feds, that where that is the case, that the Forest Service also reconsider layoffs there.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Jeffrey, I think, but Francie just had a recent conversation like 2 days ago.
Yesterday.
I just had one this morning, so, but I don't know which, and I think that's the issue, is there is, and.
Who did you talk to?
He talked to Kevin also.
Oh.
Okay, Jeffrey, go ahead.
So I'm concerned with this letter as well. It actually doesn't say what you just articulated.
That's my concern.
Doesn't, our argument, and I think the community's argument is that we're worried about the critical life safety issues, the health safety issues that that both trail management as well as forest management bring to the table.
Mm-hmm.
That's not in this letter. This is about recreation. It's not about health safety. So I'd be on board with this letter if it was about, ethics.
Okay.
I agree.
You'd have me as a party at the table if this was about human safety.
It's not sounding to me like the board's ready to sign on to it.
I'm not ready to sign on to it.
Probably needs work.
Well, and I just think, this doesn't say anything about Pickens County. Like, it doesn't say where we are, it doesn't say,
I know.
like, I mean.
It does say.
It doesn't explain about workers who are
Yeah.
actually paid by the county, not the Forest
I mean,
Service.
sure, it says we have
It just
ski
assumes
like
that
we
that
assume that
person's
they
gonna
know what the
understand.
maroon bells is rather than the significance of the maroon bells,
We could do a little addition to
Yeah,
it.
so let's see who
Like, I
talks
don't
to
think the
somebody
goals
tomorrow
are
and we get a whole
bad,
different story, right?
I think you should give it to Allison.
I'll find out when I'm in DC.
Okay, it sounds like maybe we're gonna hit the pause button on.
Yeah.
This is
I
a
just think it
draft.
needs to be
It's a
rewritten.
draft.
It's fine, I mean, the goal is fine.
I do think we need to talk about trail management and how important it is for safety as for other species as well as our own. And I just think there are things he can be more explicit about that might have a little punch
And, like,
rather than.
How does this impact the most visited forest in the country?
Right.
Like
Exactly.
the Secretary of Agriculture should know that, but they don't even know that the White River is the most visited forest in
I
the
wrote
country.
that on my notes as well.
I don't think they're gonna care that we're the most visited. I think the things should be focused on the life safety and fire prevention. My thing is, if you mitigate before the disaster, it saves you federal dollars at the end of the day. And it
I don't
saves
totally
lives.
agree with that. I mean, I remember very clearly the image of Chris Christie sitting on the beach that had been closed because they shut down all the funding for people to use recreation areas in, you know, in the state of New Jersey at that time. Like, people not being able to visit the places that they have vacations planned and like bucket list items to do.
I thought you were
like
arguing
that.
with fire prevention.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think eliminating the focus on recreation, like, that is, then we're eliminating the focus on the economy of many regions of the state of Colorado, which I think is undermining a very important aspect that the Secretary of Agriculture should also care about.
Could I
Greg.
propose that we send this to our PIO, PLO, whatever.
Public
Allison.
information?
Yeah, I think we've
Allison and
asked
team,
that.
and they can recraft it, and,
I don't know if
And-
she'll know what to put in it.
well, she can
She
ask
will.
us.
She's pretty smart.
Well, yeah, but if she can listen to this conversation on tape and gets.
Well, and Gary can help her, but.
In that case, on the RE at the top, I would say county funding partnership and U.S. Forest Service staffing, separate things. County funding partnership with U.S. Forest Service.
I'm going to cut off the wordsmithing right now. We know this
Yeah,
needs
it's
a
like-
major rework.
Got it.
And I think we've given clear,
I'll work with staff.
we've given feedback, a lot of
Thank you,
feedback,
John.
whether it be
I
clear or
suggest
not.
we go have a beer
Sorry,
and
I
talk
think
about it.
Jeffrey had another comment, and I want you to
Good.
get it in
Yes.
before we wrap this up. Anything else for open discussion?
Well, I was going to catch you guys up on the information that Kevin gave me yesterday about the Forest Service, but there was a very good article in the paper this morning about the Forest Service cuts, and I'm sure you guys saw it, so I don't think I need to do that, but.
Okay. Any other open discussion? All right, yes,
Let
go
us
ahead,
know
Sarah.
who you talked to tomorrow, what they have to say. It seems to be, or maybe later this evening, it's changing so
I
quickly.
think the board's more aligned on the letter. I think there's an economic argument and a life safety argument, and those are the two that need to be brought forward. The economic vitality.
And the use of agricultural, economic, what was the word?
Complexity. Just
No,
Okay.
devastating rather than devastated.
Other open discussion items?
I'm afraid to bring one up.
Why?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, tomorrow noon, we're gonna have a long one.
Yep. All right, folks, thank you. We'll see you all at noon tomorrow for our voting session. Thanks, Grassroots.
Want to go have a drink, Greg?
I do.
Can I not?